I said, hey. What's going on? Woo! Let's hope that's not actually oh shit, was that streaming? Oh, please don't be streaming that. Oh god. Oh god. Hi everyone! Hello! How's it going? We're gonna play Asagao Academy because I really need to get back in that game and it's fun! I see so many other people having fun with it and I kind of want to complete the game. So we're gonna go for the long haul in this game. We're gonna try and pick a senpai. Still don't know. Oh, I'm buffering. Is that just me? Oh, I don't know. Anyways, let's get started. Boop. Yes, run. I haven't started yet. Come on. Come on. Come on, game. Come on. I want to play you. I want to play you. Why are you starting? Can you please run? Oh. Why is it doing that? Why is it doing that? I'll just take a new script. Oh, I see. I see. You want to be a dick. They have really good music for this game. Alright. Yeah, fuck up.
Asagao Academy, Normal Boots Club.
I don't know, Jared. Let's go back to day 8. As the chill weather of early spring faded and the warmth stretched across the land of Asagao, I itched to go outside with Satch's book in hand. I took to the streets. Since many people realized how rare this moment was, most of the usual benches and grassy spots were taken. I forget where I left it off. I kept walking until I came across the soccer field, and it was a practice game being held by PBG and his friend Jeff. We're running across the field. Being a bit skirmish, the bleachers were almost completely empty. Students scattered with shiny metal seats, but there were almost enough room for me. I can't speak today. Hello! In one swift motion, practiced many times over my life, I sat down, spun my backpack into the space next to me, and pulled out my book. I was nearly done with it, and I wanted to see if I could finish it today. It was due a few days ago, so I was under pressure. At a pause in my reading, I looked up to watch PBG on the field. A shock of color based of the bleachers caught my eye. It looked like some sort of metal candy wrapper, and a pang of annoyance struck me. There was a trash can nearby. Why litter? But as I jumped down to the steps of the bleacher, nearly slipped off one, it became clear that it wasn't trash. The colors kept changing at the angle of the light. It was a purple freak. An itty bitty kitty! Oh! It's the completionist. Yeah, was it Gerard's? He was the only person I knew that collected them. I held it up to the nearest student who shook his head. I was free for a while. Gerard was really into the IBK scene, so if this wasn't his, he'd probably know who it belonged to. One problem, I had no idea where his room was. Conveniently, at that moment, PBG ran off to the field to grab a drink. I approached him, holding the kitty in front of myself like a talisman. Damn, Austin! Look at those! Look at that scrawny ass motherfucker. Hot as fuck, man. I'm gonna stop. Hey, PBG! Do you know where Gerard's room number is? I think he dropped this. I held up the kitty again and glimmered in the sun, much like PBG just now with all his physical activity. Or Gerard was just here. It has to be his. I asked him to bring me my goalie gloves, and he wasn't ready to take Big Joe's place today. His room is right across from mine. Oh, great. Thank you so much.
Hey.
Hurry up, PBG.
See ya.
Gotta go. Good luck. He took a huge gulp of water Speaking of water, I should grab some. I don't want to keep chat waiting. And then pour the rest on his head and jump back into the game. His teammates patted him on the back and rejoined him. I placed the IBG... The kitty... I'm gonna call it the itty-bitty figurine into my uniform with a pocket. I headed to Bluebell. As I entered Bluebell House, a passing boy frowned at me. Was I even allowed here by myself? I shook my head. There was no time to be afraid. Today I had a mission. Just as PPG said, there was a door right across from his room. I knocked and fished the IBK. Come on, Megan. Shane? Oh, he's a little sassy master. Shane answered the doors, not at all pleased to see me. Hi, Shane. How are you? Was he Gerard's roommate? Oh, why was he Gerard's roommate? I tried to laugh to defuse the situation, but I felt weak. It felt like I was only making things worse. I didn't know what went through Shane's mind. He looked at the figurine in my hands. Gerard should be back in a few minutes. Okay, I'll just wait in the common room when he gets back. Can you tell him to try and find me? I read downstairs, and even Gerard took an hour to get back. I could keep myself occupied. Shane sighed and leaned against the doorframe. I could tell him it would be much easier if you waited in here. Oh, he put his hand out, gesturing me inside. Alright, thanks. Oh, look at all those cute little kitties. I entered the room and stood smack in the middle of it. Shane plopped into the chair in front of what must have been his desk. I sat down what I assumed to be Gerard's chair on the opposite side. Shane swiveled around and started to click something on his laptop. Seeing he wasn't much for small talk, I turned to the observing the room. Their room was, well, decorated. One could say there were a lot of itty-bitty kitties, each arrayed neatly within its brother of similar design. Every empty space is not filled with school-related objects, was covered by the pads of cute little cat, or at least sealed box of one. Even parts of Shane's shelves had IBK on them. I'd admit, it was kind of endearing. Something about the decoration was Hey! Do you collect itty-bitty kitties too? Not really, they're Gerard's, but I don't mind. I see. It's kind of niche. I'm surprised you're into them. Oh no, I don't collect them. I just found this one on the side of the field. PPG said it was Gerard. Gerard was there earlier, so I came to find out whether it was his. My hastiness to zone a figure did not go unnoticed by Shane, who made a face at me. If it's not Gerard, you'll probably know who it is, right? It's probably Gerard's. I smoothed my thumb over the plastic kitty immensely. Absent-mindedly. Shane returned to whatever he was doing online, and I conversed with the figurine in my hand. Who was a pretty kitty? Who was a pretty kitty? You are! Gerard came back 2 minutes later.
Hey, Shane.
And Hana? He held out 2 coffees in his hand, and suddenly he turned pink. And what are you two doing in here? Alone. Together. We're not doing anything. Hana was looking for you.
Really?
How could I help, Hannah? He gave the coffee to Shane and offered the other one to me. Here, take mine. I would have gotten you one too if I knew we were here. That's really nice of you, but no thanks. I just came to see if this was yours. For what felt like the 10th time in the last half hour, I displayed the itty-bitty kitty.
Oh, wow.
Oh, yeah. Gerard almost dropped his coffee as he leaped forward. I lost this today. Where'd you find it? It was near the field. PPG told me that you were there earlier, so I wanted to give it back to you. I handed the figurine to Gerard, who was really ready to kiss it.
You're the best.
Thank you, Hannah, thank you. You didn't have to do this, but you did, and I don't know what I've done without you. It wasn't any trouble at all. It looked pretty rare.
They're special.
It's not as rare as you would think, but it's very special to me. I'm so glad that you were the one to find it. I also shouldn't have been so careless. Don't beat yourself out about it. What matters now is that you have it back. Maybe zip up your pockets next time?
I promise.
You'll bet I'll take a lot of precautions to make sure this never happens again. He placed it delicately on the shelf with the other kitties at the same properties. Gerard looked at me as I viewed his hard-earned assemblage.
Right.
Oh, duh, Gerard, you dummy. How rude of me not to at least introduce you to my collection. Sorry. In this room, I have 247 itty-bitty kitties of every shape and size. This is the newest set, Catastrophes. They're a band, and are really popular right now. I traded my rare extras for these the other day. The one he brought back to me is from a set of 4 that are called the... Okay, I'm not even pronouncing that word. And currently are only shinies. They were so pretty, my gaze fixated on them. I'm just missing the last of... The purple one, Princess Pumpernickel. I've tried everywhere, but no one seems to have them in stock. But there's only 3 copies in the world, so it's not really surprising. It's more surprising that I managed to get these ones. I've one of the most completed collections in the world. People think that Kitty Company gives me the newest figurines, but I earn all my IBK. I can tell this took a lot of hard work. I'm amazed at how much effort you put into this. He sighed heavily and sat down on his bed.
Complete it.
I wish I could get that last figurine. I wish I could finish my collection and the kitties would have all their friends together in one place. I wish I could help. Don't worry about it, Hannah. This is my battle to fight. I nodded and glanced at my watch.
See you later.
Oh, I should go. I really wanted to finish my book today, but if you ever need help, I'm here. I stood up and waved to the both of them.
Bye.
Bye, Hannah. Thanks again.
Bye.
Thankfully, I managed to finish my book. It took more time than I expected, though. By the time I got back to my room, it was dark outside. When I opened the door to my room, lights were off. I flicked them on and huddled for... the huddled form of my snuggling a purple bear appeared on her bed.
Hello.
I'm back! I am doing her voice again, by the way. Mai glanced at me and buried her face again in her bear. Was she sulking? It was like unlike her to be so unenergetic. Are you okay? That doesn't sound very okay. Mai glanced at me again, her face light shade of pink, and she was holding her breath. You know, you can tell me anything. You've helped me out a lot, so it's the least I can do in return, right? Besides, we're friends. Mai sighed and threw her bear on the floor and lay there as if it was screaming in agony. It's not fair! She sighed again. I know it's terrible to think this, but even though I'm really happy for you getting friends with those guys, it's just not fair. Those guys who... The Normal Boots Club?
I can't believe this.
It's just been I've been a fan of them for so long. I've loved Jared forever! And you there come out... And then you... And then, here you come out of the blue with your pink hair, just like that, and your friends. She snapped her finger in front of her face. But here I've been trying this whole time, and Jared didn't even know my name. I know I'm being stupid, but I feel bad, but still... Mai. They're your friends, too. Mai smiled weakly at me. They wouldn't be my friend if it wasn't for you! Mai. I'm going to sleep. She turned over and closed her eyes without even taking off her uniform. I turned out the light and walked to the bear that she threw in the middle of the room. I'm sorry, too. I said it quietly, but even the words left my lips, I knew they were a lie. Despite our slight confrontation last night, Mai was peppy as usual the next day. It seemed like there was no reason for me to worry, but that didn't mean I didn't. The bell rang and class started. Miss Shiz wrote the origami flowers on the board in an oriented script and then turned to glare at the class.
Class?
The flower festival is only a few days away. It's time to start folding flowers up to sell for the school. We do this every year, guys. I don't want to hear any groans. You're free to write me an essay on the importance of these funds for school if you'd rather not participate. A few students rolled their eyes, but I smiled. It sounded kind of fun. And I hadn't folded origami in years. I'm handing out practice sheets because I know how bad you guys are at origami. I'm only going to teach you one, so pay attention. Shiz returned to the front of class, picking Oregon green paper. As she instructed the class, I realized these were the most basic versions of origami flowers. I was already familiar with them. I folded my practice papers with ease, while Shiz roamed around the room, helping students who struggled to follow along. These creases are weak. Kindergartens could do better than this. Hell, my ex could do better than this. Sadness passed across Miss Shiz's face. She returned to the boy next to her and slammed her hand on his desk. You need to be better, for everyone's sakes. It seemed like quite a few students were having trouble. I went to the front of the class to get some new paper, passing John on the way back to my seat. His paper caught my eye.
Hey.
You folded it the wrong way. Your flower's going to be narrow if you keep going. I'll be honest with you, Hannah. I have no idea what I'm doing. Help me. Kind of looked like he was about to cry. Oh my god, poor Jotron. I kneel by his desk, unfolding and refolding his paper. This looks perfect. You're so good at origami. Did you have to make flowers at your old school too? No, I used to do origami a lot when I was younger. I guess muscle memory just kicked in. Thanks, though.
Really?
What an odd skill to have. Is it? Please. John claps a hand around my wrist. Say it with me. Help me. Sure, if you need it.
Yeah!
Yeah. I knew I could count on you. Thank you, Hannah. You're a goddess. I spent the entire rest of the class period slowly doling out lessons to John at PBG. I offered help Shane, but he turned away from me, instead of watching over John's shoulders. I kept my movements large and exaggerated so he could see too. It was nice to feel useful. Logan thank you for following! I hope you love my fucking stuttering ass voice while I'm trying to read through this. And I hope you're having a good time. When class was over, I headed to the doors with Mai. We had a long night ahead of us, filled with homework and the possible reward of chocolate ice cream, so we finished on time. But before I got far, someone called my name.
Hana!
Hey, Jeff! Jeff, is everything okay? Hey, the Normal Blues Club has a meeting today. PBG forgot to take his soccer uniform with him. He held up a blue and gold uniform. He won't have much time to change before practice. If he doesn't have this, I have to run down the field. Can you take it over for me? Of course we can! I love doing Mai's voice. Grab the uniform from Jeff. Awesome, thanks. He dashed towards the field. My turn to be victory running through her face.
Yay!
Finally! A chance to see Gerard. Sorry, their names are so similar. In his element! Come on, Hannah! We gotta hurry! We approached the Normal Blues Club room, hearts thumping nervously. At least I assumed Mai's was, judging by the way she was fidgeting like a hummingbird on acid. It was... We stepped in the door and we were about to knock when I heard my name on somebody's lips. Hana. I froze and turned to Mai. Her face was lit. She pressed a finger to her lips. She leaned in close to the door and I followed suit. Dude, I think it's fine. What do you think she's gonna do to us? You need to calm down.
No.
But it's so pink. No one has hair like that. People can't choose hair color, Shane. It's really poor reason to judge somebody. I know, but I don't trust people with pink hair. You know there's more to it than just the color. Don't deny it. Weird things always happen around people with pink hair. Sure, but they're not dangerous. Aren't they? My heart sank. I stepped away from the door, unwilling to hear more. I held my hand up and shook my head. Just when I thought I was beginning to win Shane over. Was this how he truly felt about me? I'm heading back. But I stepped past her, walking quietly as I came back to the dorms. Luckily, I didn't pass anyway on my way back. I don't think I could manage a small talk without bursting into tears after what happened. I kicked off my shoes and set my backpack down by my desk, passing the mirror. I paused as I did so, turning the mirror, evaluating myself on a whole new level. So much grief. My hair had caused me so much grief over the course of my life, and now for some reason Shane thought I was suspicious. I smoothed my hair over my hands, the shortness catching me by surprise. It was softer when it was long. With a sigh, I turned and collapsed on my bed, hugging Mr. Bunny to my chest. Should I dye my hair, Mr. Bunny? I raised him up, staring into his glassy eyes. Yeah, you're right. I rolled onto the side, squeezing Mr. Bunny to my chest. Satch said to himself, you don't choose your natural hair color. Mr. Bunny was small against me. I smiled at him, but he still liked me. Shaking my head, I went to my desk. I had better things to do than mope. You're still studying, Hannah? I took my headphones out of my ears and turned to Mai. Our plans for that evening were postponed, and I silently thanked her for not pushing me to keep them. I wasn't in the mood anymore. Yeah, it's only been a few hours. You haven't moved since I left the room last. She climbed into her bed, dangling her hands off to the side. At least take a break, okay?
Well,
I have been meaning to return the book I checked out. It was overdue, and I had to at some point. I was going to do it for today, but after what happened, that was the last thing I wanted. That didn't make it any less overdue, though. Go do that! Meet me at dinner afterwards. If you're going to spend the rest of your life studying, at least be nutritionalized? Is that what she said? I stretched, bending backwards to apologize to the back for hours of arcing over the desk. I should stop doing that myself. I would have had a hunchback at the end of my school career. I was for sure. You're right. I'll go. I'll see you at dinner. It was pretty late when I got to the library. No one came at this time unless there was a term paper due. Since it was relatively early in the year, the room was barren. Satch was working at the desk, and as I expected, but he was joined by PBG and Paul. And as soon as I saw him, I turned around trying to walk back out, but...
Hana.
Hey, Hana. Unfortunately, my hair also made me stick out like a sore thumb. I reluctantly joined them at the counter. Not much. I'm taking a study break to return the book I checked out. I tore the book out of my bag and handed it to Shash. That book, I can't help it. You notice reading The Princess Betrothed. It's good, isn't it? Yeah, I never would have read it without Satch's suggestion, so I have to thank him. He nodded and put the book back into the to-be-shorted shelf. No problem. I don't work in the library for nothing. I also got another suggestion for you, if you need one. No thanks. I want to get back to the dorms. Oh, come on. It's almost dinner. Let him check out a great book for you. Then we can all go to the cafeteria together. All right. That was the last thing I wanted to do, but I was really bad at showing people I didn't want to talk. Follow me to the fiction section. We set off through the library in an epic quest for adventure and fortune. My mind raced, trying to think of a good excuse so I didn't have to follow them into the cafeteria. Here it is, the Banana Club. He pulled a bright yellow book off the shelf. The Banana Club was written across it in bold font. Now I know it sounds stupid, and it kind of looks stupid too. But honestly, trust me, it's one of the most moving books I've ever read. The ending crushed me. He put a fist to his mouth and blinked rapidly. Don't cry now, Shad. I'm gonna stop before I spoil everything. He handed the book to me and I gazed blankly at the cover. Thanks, Sash. Hana? Uh-huh. Are you alright? You don't look very well. I wasn't really, but of course there was no way to tell. I was gonna tell Sash that I eavesdropped on their private conversation. I'm just feeling a little under the weather. I conjured a faith cloth. It sounded pathetic. I think I'm gonna skip out on dinner too. I'm not feeling well enough. Satch narrowed his eyes and nodded. If you say so, do you still want to read this book? Yes, I do. Your suggestions haven't failed me so far. Okay, let me check out you real quick and then we can get back and rest. When we got back, PBG and Paul were off on the other side of the room. Paul waving a book. This visual novel uses too many big words for me. I'm too stupid for this. Satch stepped behind the counter and grabbed my book. You know, if something's bothering you or you're still getting used to the whole school, we're here for you if you'd like to talk. I know. Transfers have it the hardest around here. Everybody knows that. I nodded and he passed the books to me and I put it in my backpack. Just don't be a stranger, alright? I won't. Thanks, Satch. I'll see you tomorrow. I waved goodbye to him and I made my way back to the door. Somehow Satch always knew I was upset and how to make me feel better. It helped that Paul and PBG weren't acting any different to me than normal either. Maybe it really was just Shane with the problem. Whatever problem that was.
Hana.
I looked up and John was standing right in front of my desk, eyes glittering.
Hey.
I need you in my play, please, Hana. What? John grabbed my shoulders, his arm shaking so much, I felt like I was vibrating. The drama club, our play this year, we're gonna do Romeo and Juliet. I've been thinking about it for so long, I couldn't just have anyone, and I wasn't finding anyone who fit my particular needs, but then you come along and I've been watching you. Creepy. I'm sure you can do it. Please, Hannah, I need you. Only you. Did you want me to be Juliet? At least come and see what I've been working on, please, Hannah. Yeah, I'm okay. I'll do it for you. You've saved me a lot. I'll come and see, I guess.
Yeah.
Oh, fucking love when he does the yeah. Oh, Hannah, thank you so much. You're darling, darling. John flung his around my neck and then quickly let go. I glanced to hide my face. Sure, I was turning pink. Awesome, this will be great. Maybe after school in the theater. I've got everything prepared for you. Great. Well, now that's settled. Come on, Hannah, let's go to lunch. He hustled me out of the room with a bird-like grace. I stared after him. It was like a whirlwind just left. He honestly reminded me a lot of mine.
Hey.
You coming, Hannah? He poked his head around the corner. Yeah. He might have been spending too much time with that bird. Oh, Jacques. Man, that test day was brutal. I totally bombed it. I failed miserably. He held up his paper with a big letter red F on top. John winced and slowly raised his own failed exam. The two laughed and high-fived. It's not a big deal. I'll just retake it later. I had way better things to do than just study. I thought I'd never pass. Gerard and I did wonderfully. Most of our homework did. Maybe your teacher teaches differently? Nope, I got an 89. And so it's not Miss Shiz. These two are massive idiots. I nodded. I didn't feel like admitting I got a 93. Not after seeing how badly John and PBG did.
Awesome!
Well, that's awesome, Shane. It's like your mind is just made for facts. You totally deserve it. Did you get your 97 raise, Gerard? That's not like you at all, Gerard. Gerard laughed sheepishly.
Come.
Yeah, I got 100 to be fair. I would have got 100 like normal, but one of the questions to be answered in 2 ways. I told the teacher, and he changed my score to accordingly. I think you got a couple of points too, Satch. You just had to have that 100, didn't you? Did you get the completion bonus? I get to take a lot of crap from you guys. That's more than enough to make it worth it. I smiled alongside them, feeling somewhat out of my element. Shane's comments hung over my head, but now I didn't think there was much to do about it. Before class, I quickly filled in my on John's proposition. I'm kind of worried about it.
What?
Are you kidding, Hannah? He wants to be your Juliet? And he'll be Romeo! Oh, that's so romantic! He's totally hitting on you!
I don't know.
I'm really not an actress, and I'm bad in the limelight. There's no way he wouldn't have noticed that, and I doubt he's hitting on me either. Hannah, get a grip on yourself! You're one of the nicest people I've ever met. Any guy would be lucky to have you. That's why you're my best friend. I mean, why else would he make such a big deal out of it? He did seem upset. He might have a point. John as Romeo, me as Juliet. It was corny, but kind of cute. Visions of myself. Oh my god! John in period clothes swept across the stage, flooded thoughts through my mind, spotlights glistening in his hair. He leaned in towards me. Engard! I should talk like that. Engard. Romeo, my love! Juliet, this is how the story was supposed to go! Romeo! This is such a good game! Whoa, what's wrong? Nothing? Sorry, it's classed over? Yeah, it's a theater, right? After that daydream, I hardly had I had a choice. I'll see you later at the dorms! Alright, I need to be right back for a second. I'm dead thirsty as fuck. Come on. My scene doesn't like to transition right away for some reason. I should have a button for it. Come on, transition. I'll be right back. I hit my foot! I hit my foot! Hey, it did actually go to it. I just needed water because my throat was dying. Oh, just put my mouse off the screen. It's okay, Hannah, you can do this. The theater's here, right? The door opened to the gorgeous room with bright red seats. John was down on the stage, his arm flung to the ceiling. Dost thou procure... Fuck my life, man. Fuck my life. I'm not fucking pronouncing that shit. Dost thou protections requenches mine famine? Nay. Oh, sorry, I put my hair up in the ponytail. Nay! Jocks, you gotta have a little more intensity. Don't you want to be famous? Nay. Why, you little... Excuse me?
Hana!
Hana! His voice shot out over several octaves. Come in, come in, come in! He leaped over the stairs and grabbed me by the hand and pulled me into the room. I wasn't sure where you were going to come. Thank you so much, Hana. You were the only person I could trust to do this. About that, John, I don't know about this. I'm not really an actress. There's no way I could be Juliet. Please stop pulling me. You said anything about Juliet, didn't you?
No.
That wasn't part of you wanted to talk to me about? Oh no, of course not. You're right. You're not suited to be Juliet at all. Ouch. You ran backstage, returning with a large inflatable bag. Actually, I wanted you to be the drumroll, please, jocks. Da 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 da. He tossed the bag onto the stage, a crumpled plastic unrevealed, revealing.
Yeah.
A tree! Tree. You're perfect for the part. You're so shy and quiet, and you have such an impressive ability to stand for long periods of time. The other day in class, you stared into space for almost 20 minutes straight, and you didn't move a muscle. Oh, of course. Why wouldn't you want me to play the lead role? It was obvious I wasn't cut for that kind of thing. Wanted to play Romeo to be my Juliet. How ludicrous. What's wrong? Of course I wouldn't be able to play Juliet. No one would think I could do that. Well, it's not that you can't. John wasn't trying to be mean, he just didn't seem to get that it was insulting. I'll think about it, okay? But I'm gonna go for now. If you say so, be sure to give me your answer soon. I'm so ready for this. This is gonna be the best play yet. Especially with Jock as our Juliet. I love you. What? Goodbye, John.
See you later.
Oh, Hannah. How awful was that? I shut the door to the dorm room, wanting nothing more to collapse onto my bed.
Hey, what's up?
Mai was laying on her bunk bed upside down, red hair spleering off the side. Something glinted in her hands. What are you doing? I'm cutting out a little blossom, see? She held a pink cherry blossom to the ceiling. It's so your senpai will notice you. Yes! What are you even talking about? You know, senpai always notices the girl when she's outside, surrounded by a shower of cherry blossom. Your guy will definitely notice you with these. Forgot to do her voice. A flash of anger ripped through me. Why don't you say them for yourself? Gerard will never notice you without them. I turned on my heel and stalked out of the dorm room. It was because of stuff like that I thought John was trying to... No, it was stupid of me to imagine it could happen in the first place. I stepped out to the front poppy hall and the crisp air wafting against my face, cooling my skin. A faint tinge of smoke threaded its way onto the hair, reminding me of days spent cooking with my father. How stupid. Headed for the field, my stomach sinking with every step. I shouldn't have snapped at Mai. None of this was her fault. And she was being so nice to me. And after I said that awful thing to her, she was never going to want to be my friend again. I stopped at the tree and leaned against it. The sun was rapidly setting. The night air was growing colder and colder. Though I was shivering, I didn't want to go back inside. There was no way I could face Mai after what just happened. What a terrible person I was. I sat down and hugged my knees, pressing against my head into my arms. I stayed that way for a long time, trying not to pay attention to what was going through my head. The wind picked up, roaring past me, whipping my hair through my skin. It was so loud I didn't hear the footsteps until they were right next to me. I looked up. Mai, I'm so sorry. I shouldn't have snapped at you. It was because I was upset because I thought John wanted to be Juliet, but it turns out he would want to be just be a tree. I shouldn't have cared so much about it. It was a really awful person. That's John. He doesn't mean anything by it. But that is something he would do. He's nice, but he can be a little clueless at times. She sat next to me, wrapped my arm around my shoulder. Together we huddled against the rough bark of the oak tree, somewhat sheltered from the wind. Remember what Shane said about my hair? Mai's arm tightened around me. I've been on edge ever since, and I don't know what to face them, even when they're being nice. I'm so afraid they hate me. I'm sorry, I'm such a coward. Well, it's okay. We're all cowards sometimes. Maybe we should just approach our problems directly instead of coming at them from the side with flowers and friendship. You want to join the Normal Boots Club, don't you? Yeah. Well, I want to date Jared. Neither one of these will happen if we keep avoiding the stuff that makes us nervous. Yeah. We want something, we should go get it! We shouldn't just be because we're used- Okay, fuck, I can't do the voice during the scene. We used to waiting for the things to happen to us. Doesn't mean that they're always gonna happen to, even if we're patient enough. Hana, if you want to join the Normal Blitz Club, you have to keep moving forward, strongly, without fear, without looking back, right? Yeah. And the same goes for you, Mai. Yeah, it does. I rested my head on Mai's shoulder. She was thankful that she was taller than my... Wow! 5'2"? Damn, you're a fucking midget! Laid on my head on the top of my own.
Yeah.
I think I'm going to try harder. Nothing good came out of me avoiding my problems. I'm being a coward. I can't keep running away, or else eventually I'm going to run out of places to go, and then I'll break. If you really want to make a new life at Asagao, I have to try.
Seriously.
I'm going to try to be my best self and be myself. I'm going to actually try. Who knows, maybe Shane will warm up to me eventually. Mai pulled me closer into a hug.
Yeah.
That's the spirit! Now, what you do, we get inside. What you say, we get inside. It's freezing. Yeah, let's end. And thank you, Mai. Mai smiled at me. No, thank you. Let's go. Quickly, there's only 2 minutes left. Giant yellow letters ballooned on my phone screen, blocking several falling cues, preventing me from making more combos and deploying more troops. Damn it, get out of the way! Small yellow plush with green smiley face waved a sword. The big bad giant came rushing out of the castle. Smiley Man? Smiley Man! Oh, what a reference. What are you doing? You lose. No. Oops, sorry. Why does Ian talk in Comic Sans? Such a weird thing. Ian, brutal severe, stood on my shoulder peering at my phone. What do you want? Yeesh, Tushy, aren't we? What are you doing playing such a boring game anyway? Nothing. I was waiting for Mai and I was bored. To tell the truth, I was practicing. That game's similar to one that's going to be in the tournament, right? You lost pretty quickly and it doesn't seem like you're getting good. He looked at me on my phone again and froze. I glanced back to the screen. My score was still slowly totaling, speeding over the 100,000 range.
What?
Holy crap, how'd you do that? Do what? Your score. That's incredible. How long have you been playing this game? I've never seen Ian so animated, if you ask me. I almost would say that he cared about what was happening. I guess 2 weeks, maybe? Only 2 weeks? He pulled his hand to the chin and thought. If you're this good at this game, you might be able to learn to play the one for the tournament. What are you suggesting? He glared at me. We both know you'd love to join the Normal Blitz Club, and they need someone to fill puzzle games during the tournament. You need to join the team. I gazed at him and tried to read his face. Could he be pulling my leg? It was possible, as I was actually getting much worse than average, and he wanted me to join the team to drag down their score. A dirty move, but I wasn't sure Ian would do it if given the chance. Ian sighed. Look, at least give some thought. That was impressive, and I wouldn't have minded having some competition for once. He turned his heel and ambled to his seat. What was that about? I told her what happened.
Really?
And he thinks what you takes? That would be awesome, wouldn't it, Hannah? This isn't exactly what you wanted? I guess. Not everyone's so enthusiastic about having me on the team, though. Shane's glaring face passed through my mind. I'm sure if you proved yourself, you would be alright. What are you going to do? I'd like to try. Even if I fail, I'm going to work hard to give it my best. And maybe I can even make Shane and the others accept me. Now is not the time for me sitting around wondering what else I can do.
Yeah.
Oh, Hana, you're catapulting through the sky like a shooting star. Plus! And what you're going to do next? Talk to them? An image of myself going head to head Shane flickered through my mind. Maybe not just yet? Sensing my unease, Mai struggled. Well, don't worry about it too much. Ian's part of Hidden Block after all. It wouldn't help him to have competition. Besides. Shiz stalked in, looking furious. Turn to page 394. That was the end of that. Finally, class was over. I gathered my bag and joined Maya as she headed to the door. Hana? Stain stood before me, shifting from foot to foot. Can I speak to you? A lump tore into my throat. What did he want now? Sure, Mai, go on ahead. If you say so. With worried tone in her voice, Mai left us alone. Shane waved at me out of the classroom and into the nook next to the window. It came to my attention that perhaps I said something that perhaps I should not have said. And that I perhaps maybe possibly bothered you in such fashion because of my words that I said. I'm sorry? Yes, exactly. What?
Well...
I'm sorry for what I said about your hair. What? How did he know? My heart skipped a beat. How did you know I heard that? My told... She came to my room last night and tore my ear off. Oh my... My Shardigan quickly turned to gratefulness. How many other girls would go to one most popular guy in school and chew him out because he was mean to her friend? Especially when I wasn't supposed to hear it. I hope you can forgive me. A weight was lifted from my shoulders. Oh no, I'm really happy. Thank you so much for apologizing to me. To be honest, I've been worrying about this for a while now. I'm so glad that you changed your mind. I didn't say that. I deflated. Look, it's not really about you. Or in a way, because you can't really help that. Is it supposed to make me feel better? Never mind. Look, come with me. I have a surprise. Following Shane around, it was not something I particularly like to do, especially considering what just happened, but... Yeah, okay. Shane grabbed my wrist and led me down the hallway. I could have probably followed him just as well in needing to do that, but there was worse things in the world. Before long, we entered in front of the Normal Boots Club room. What's this? Without saying a word, Shane opened the door and led me in. Inside, the entirety of Normal Boots was waiting along with a sullen-faced Ian.
Bye.
Well, looks like my work is done. Goodbye. He brushed past me as PBG began to laugh.
See you.
Thanks, man. See you in the tournament. So, Hana, I bet you're wondering why Mr. Sock brought you here. A little bit, yeah. As you know, there's a tournament that happens each year in early spring, and this year the tournament in a month and a half. We each compete in various events. It used to be an easy win, but with Hidden Block around, things have changed. We want to keep our competitive edge. Something happened last year that made it so we no longer have somebody competing in the puzzles category. I stand by my decision. So we need someone to take John's place. I don't understand. We all have different categories we're entering, and half of us have the jobs of other clubs we're busy with. We can't exactly take on more. For example, I compete in the invention and game design category. I play retro games and get a higher score than the other fellow by the end of the level, that kind of thing. I play pinball on the machines it provides. It's the same thing, really. Shane does Mario Kart racing, or at least he will this year. I do completion speedruns, or rather accomplish everything in the game as fast as possible. It's just as draining as it sounds. We compete in the tag team 80s and 90s arcade beating 'em ups. Specific, I know. And I dance. We each have our own fields, and we can't take the time to learn a new one. So Ian told us how good you were on Dumbledoon's Revenge. He suggested you enter the tournament as a member of the Normal Boots Club.
Really?
He really? Why on earth would he do that? He won that event every year, and he's gone to school in this district. He wants a little challenge this time around. Just because we're rival doesn't mean we're not friends. Anyways, we voted on whether or not you should join the club, and... Well, long story short, we got a compromise. You enter the tournament. If you win, you get to join the Normal Boots Club. If you lose, well, you don't really have what it takes. What do you say? This was amazing. This is exactly what I wanted. This is my chance, but...
I don't know.
If I lost, that didn't didn't that mean that I would lose their friendship too? I'd be a laughingstock and I'd be alone left again.
Hana.
Mai? You should accept! But, where did you even come from? Don't you remember what you told me?
Uh-huh.
No more giving up. Yeah, I do. Okay, I'm going to try. And that is how I got the opportunity to join the Normal Boots Club. If I could win my event for the tournament, I would officially join the team. And if I didn't, well, If I didn't, the club would most likely lose the tournament and I wouldn't get to stick around. It was scary. But if I succeeded, it'd be worth it. I couldn't sleep all that night, so when the morning came, I put on my uniform and headed to class early. For once, I was eager for the Monday classroom environment. I hoped I'd get racing thoughts that helped me come to terms with my amazingly good fortune. Therefore, I was sitting at my desk, falling slowly asleep when a hand slammed upon its surface. Listen up! I scooted on my chair away from the desk. Shane glared at me. If you're really competing with us in the tournament, and I still can't believe that's happening, then you better not let us down. He pulled out the chair in front of my desk and sat down. Let's talk strategy. What? Do you think practice will pull you enough through the tournament? Despite knowing that was probably the wrong answer, I nodded. No. Wrong! Rather than practice, you need a strategy. I could hardly believe my eyes. Shane, the normally quiet, worried, barely speaking Shane, was suddenly on the fire, preparing to give me a full lecture on video game strategy. Does this mean my good fortune was over, or... Pay attention! I snapped straight and scooted my chair to the desk. Yes, sir! Strategy isn't something you can just study, and isn't something only start thinking about when you're playing your game. Strategy is always. Repeat after me. Strategy is always. Strategy is always? He slammed his hand on the desk again. With feeling! Strategy is always! Yeah. Good. Do you know what this means? In your daily life, you can make choices willy-nilly, like an absolute idiot. Or you can make smart, intelligent choices, and you can make choices like a winner. Sometimes these goes against what we want in the moment, but sometimes strategizing for a diet would pick something not to eat a second serving, even if you wanted to, even if they're hungry. It's not always what you want, but it's what you gotta do. Understand? I think, kind of. He nodded, seemingly satisfied. The more you strategize in your daily life, the better that your mind will get when trying to strategize in-game. Gaming isn't just about fun. Gaming is life. He leaned forward, staring me down. Strategy is always. I'm like, strategy is life, sorry. Shane grabbed the bottom of his chair and scooted frantically away, his mission apparently accomplished. He sat at his desk across the room, pulling his sketch pad and drawing pencils. Then, face calm as ever before, he started to draw. How was that the same Shane I've seen for all these weeks? If he heard me, he didn't respond. I turned back to my desk. Once again, wide awake, Shane's were repeating in my head. Strategy is always. Oh hey, it's almost time for the flower festival. With everything happening so quickly, it felt almost like it snuck up on me. Have you decided who you're taking yet? Right, I had to go with someone to the festival, but who could I ask? The only guys I knew were members of the Normal Boots Club. Would they want to go out with me, and which one would I go with? Jean was kind and caring, but a bit worried he cared about too much about Jacques to notice anything else. PVG was so easygoing, but sometimes the way he looked at me bothered me. Satch was mature, really smart. He seemed to get hard to get close to, or was I imagining that? There was Shane who, let's be honest, he hated me. There was no way he'd say yes. But then again, he had started to warm up to me. Paul, I've continued, popped into my head, but the last few times I fought around he caused major destruction. Gerard was so caring and friendly. I wasn't sure he was interested in me in that way. And then there was Jared too, but I looked at I couldn't do that, could I? Well, I want to pick Mike, 'cause that'd be cute. I can't, I actually can't pick, Jared. This is a, hard choice. Let's pick John.
John!
Sorry, that was cute.
Really?
I see, going for the big guns, huh? I always knew how to reach for the stars. Now look at you, up on the moon. Wait, what? She winked at me? Well, go on. What? Go on and get your man. Ah! What do you mean? Now? Yeah! My hit me on the back and practically shoved me towards the door. As I began to leave, my legs started turning into jelly. Small pink balls filled my vision. What? Go! I was tossing a cherry butter blossoms over my head. Go get set by I noticed you. I love this game. My beamed at me. No time to talk, Hannah. This is gonna be your big day. Your main character. Unless you mess up really bad, you definitely get a good answer. I've messed up a lot, though. Just go! With the final shove, I was out the door. Now, where would I find him? Either his room or the theater. John was where he should be, in the theater, holding Jock up, dramatically singing an opera song in a tone I didn't think he could muster. A sad-looking first year standing on the bench of the piano, reluctantly playing music. I waited until a pause where the piano note slowed, singling the end of the song.
John.
John? Ah, Jocko! Oh, Hada. He stopped and jerked face at me. A worse bird might have been sent to careening towards the chalk-marked floor in the auditorium, but Jock stayed firm. John cleared his throat and looked to the floor, receding from the opera mood. How can I help you, Hana? I wasn't expecting you. He coughed awkwardly. I almost did the same. It wasn't my intention to stop you in the middle of this. Please keep singing. I'd love to hear the rest of it.
I don't know.
Well, now that you're here, I don't think I can. Were his cheeks pink? Stage fright? I thought John's always setting was the joke cracker. It was cute. I tried to hide my amusement.
Well,
I came here because that was my time to turn for Pete's shades. I want to go to the flower festival with you, John. A breeze came out of nowhere, rustling my hair and clothes when I looked intently at him. He's a stray cherry petal slipped off my shirt and danced into the air. John turned. The pianist was making its quick escape through the door. I didn't mean to create a draft, sorry! His eyes flew between the two of us for a moment, and then he ducked out the heavy door. I have an answer for you, Hana, but first I need one from you. Is this a trick question? John peached Jock on his shoulder while I mentally prepared myself for whatever he was going to ask me.
Well...
You never told me whether you wanted to be in the play, and I think your talents would be- Oh, fuck you, John! But I'd be a tree. What kind of talents do I need to take still in the background? I'll go to the flower festival with you if you agree to be in my play. John didn't get it. No one wanted to be a tree. I'm disappointed that you think I'm only good enough to be a tree, but I really appreciate the offer in general. So I'll take it. Thank you.
Yeah!
Hana, this is your big break! It'll put you on the list for tryouts, but I can already tell that your chances are good. Try out to be a tree. John flicked a cupboard off the piano and taped it on the back of his hand. Well, I have a list of people who wanted to be the trees, you see? I had to pick the best ones. There are tryouts, callbacks, and then a round, just to be sure. I was defeated. But don't worry, I've already seen what you can do, and I love it. Just go back to the tryouts. Right, okay, I could do that. And I'll do whatever I could do to make you happy with this decision. I would have gone to the flower festival with you, even if you didn't want to be a tree. Aww, I figured we can get both of us what we wanted. We're going to be spending so much time together. Won't that be fun? I know Jacques is looking forward to it too. Uh-huh. It didn't seem like he wanted to go at first, but now he just wanted to be as happy as I was. Felt much better. Even about being a tree. So Jacques, I'll meet you at the festival. I was full force of the fact that I did, and yes, he hit me. I broke into a huge smile. Yeah, sounds great. I woke up later the next morning, the day of the flower festival. I was buzzing with anticipation, but that took me forever to wake up, and I was almost noon. I rubbed my eyes and I rose. Hey there, sleepyhead. Good morning. You slept even later than I did. That's impressive, Hannah. I sat up in bed. Something on the edge of my desk caught my eye.
Hey.
What's that?
I don't know.
A letter for you? Came in the mail this morning, so I just said it. I scrambled out of bed into my desk, ripping open the letter. Whoa, geez, come down. It's not going anywhere. Turning away from her, I started to read. Little Blossom, how have you been doing these past few weeks? I'm sorry I haven't found the time to write. Your pa's been working hard lately, and I seem to go right to sleep when I get home. I know things were difficult for you here, and I only hope you're having a better time where you are now. Isn't it the same without you here? I miss your cheeriness, watching you TV with you, with most of your pink hair bobbing around the kitchen. Hana, I know you feel bad about the pressure, but this must be putting on me. But I don't. I do this because I love you. There's nothing I want more in the world than your happiness. I miss you, Hannah. Be strong. Your Papa. Oh, my hands trembled. Tears filled my eyes. I hadn't written to him since arriving to Asagao. Many times a day he crossed my mind, but I'd just been busy with other things. He must be worried sick from the sounds of things. He's also depressed. I miss my father, I miss my home, I miss helping him, and if it wasn't for him around to cook breakfast, he almost never ate. He kept saying he was fine, but he was getting older without Mom there to take care of him. Hana, are you okay? I wiped my eyes with my sleeve. Yeah, I'm fine, I miss my dad. I picked up a pencil and paper and began to write, trying hard to block out the tears. Eventually, Mai turned to her own work and let me be. Dad, I'm doing really great here. This has been the best change in my life. I have a best friend and I might join a club. I even have a date. You sacrificed so much to bring me here and I hardly gave you any choice with the way things going. I was so spoiled and ungrateful, but you did it. Whatever's necessary for me. I miss you so much, but thank you. I know this was a huge sacrifice. Please eat well and take care of yourself. Remember, 2 glasses of water in the morning and 1 before bed. And have breakfast. Scrambled eggs are easy to make. Draw a smiley face and ketchup just as I would if I was there. I'll send my love through that, so make sure you do it. I miss you. And tell Mom happy birthday. Aww. It struck me as a surprise upon getting to the festival. There were people other than Asagao students wandering the streets. I immediately realized my folly. This festival for the town of I can't pronounce Japanese word. After all, this was not for the academy. People ambled around happily. Increased quite a few city folk to walk in and see what must the well-known festival around these parts. I smiled. It was nice to feel involved. My cell vibrated from the small pocket I stashed it into, and I ducked into a corner to carefully extract it. Hana, this is your number, right? It's John. I'm gonna be a bit late. There's been a crisis. I'll get there ASAP. A crisis? What's wrong? I shot him a text back, staring at my phone screen with some kind of feedback. After a few minutes, I realized nothing was going to come. Whatever was happening, he was dealing with it on his own. With a sigh, I turned back to the crowd, flowing past the stalls. Now what was I supposed to do? I didn't like being around crowds, and I was too worried about John to enjoy the festival, although I tried to take what he said with a grain of salt. John seemed likely to panic about everything. Even being cast in the tree in the play was a light-threatening decision to him. His well-being depended on everything. I can't speak tonight. On anything from what it had to be for lunch that day, ensuring nobody in their right minds read romance novels and called themselves a friend of his. In all likelihood, it wasn't anything too bad, but that didn't help me worry about it any less. I sighed again, stepped in the flow of the crowd. At the very least, I looked around to see if anything else was interesting. I didn't actually expect to find anything interesting. But somehow I stumbled upon a fountain in the corner of the festival. It's set up to look like a group of dancing sirens. They all held hands, almost like they were moving with each other. Wait, one of them was moving. I crept hesitantly towards the fountains and the twitching siren. Jock? It's you! Jock turned to me and dunked his beak into the fountain. Once again, wet, he shut under his wing. Was he reading? Curious, I crouched down next to him. Birds scared the heck out of me and I didn't know why. I didn't have any bad experience with them. None tried to kill me as a kid. None stole my favorite jewelry or pooped on my favorite outfit or tried nesting in my hair. Maybe it was aerial advantage? Birds only had a few technical advantages from becoming evil kamikaze pirates, diving bombing into their prey without mercy. Yeah, without mercy. Maybe that was it. If a bird had the chance to be better than you, it would take it. Even if it would take advantage of you, it would. Birds were savage. I love how she's thinking about this in front of Jock. Heartless creatures, as far as I could stir, at least. But then, here was Jock. The most beloved thing to his cheerily bumbling owner. Somehow he earned the heart and love of John through staying by his side, even through all that sass. Well, Jock was a robot, so it wasn't really the same thing, was it?
Hey!
There you are! John dashed through the crowd, darting right past me, picking Jocks up out of the fountain. You know I hate it when you leave without me and go to the fountain. Really? You know how I feel about fountains. What if you fell in? And what if... You should wait for me to clean you and not go willy-nilly on your own. I wanted to look pretty for our date. Jock's glowing eyes turned to me and John followed his gaze. There you are. It's like I've killed 2 birds with 1 stone. Preferably, not literally. Smooth operator on this one. I don't need your sass. Anyways, I'm glad we met up, Hannah. How about we go get something to eat? Do you like dango? Jacques and I love it. I haven't had that since I was a kid.
Yeah.
Yeah! Let's go for it then. I was prepared to have a delicious dessert-filled dango that evening. I was not prepared to die of sugar-filled sweetness. Ah! Here, Jacques, this one's for you. Jong held a strawberry dango to Jacques, who pinched the treat inside his beak. He didn't start chewing or anything. Undoubtedly, as a robot, he could not eat. Instead, he turned to look at me with eyes red with glee. I got a treat. You did. Good for you, Jacques. Happy day. John chucked, popping a bit of dango into his mouth. So, how did you and Jacques find each other, John? That's a bit of a tough question to ask. Jacques' creator is a bit of an elusive man. I did get to meet him. But a family friend apparently had a bit of experience up in Tibet. He came back with this bird with these huge bags under his eyes, walking like a zombie. He practically threw Jacques at me, saying he didn't want to deal with it. I still don't know what he meant by that, but when I booted Jacques up, there he was. A fully fledged robot with an autonomous AI, free will, able to form bonds and connections with people, a functional memory bank, and a hot chunk of sass to boot. He stroked the top of Jacques' head, who didn't seem to be interested in his own story. We had a lot of adventure after that, you could say. I got into a few scrapes. Jacques got me into a few scrapes. I resent that. But he's always been by my side. He's always got me. What got me to Asagao. He's what made me interested in electronics. He's kept me up insane, feeling like I mattered. John stopped. Anyways, don't you have something like that? Something you love more than anything else? I guess my dad?
Really?
Really? Usually people aren't keen on their parents. No, my dad's the best. He's an artist, a sculptor. He makes pottery and runs his own shop all by himself, even after my mom passed away. John's face fell and I stopped in my tracks. Anyways, he's sacrificed everything for me over these years. I'm the most important thing to him, and he's the most important thing to me. I miss him so much. Well, if he runs his own business, he probably keeps busy. He can afford to send you Asagao, after all. John laughed hardly, and a pang shot to my gut. You mean, you can't tell? Tell what? I frowned, not really sure whether I was happy or sad. I'm not rich like you or the people here. You people? Damn, those are some strong words. Well, I'm just saying, Asagao serves steak for lunch every Wednesday! Actual steak! Yeah, and? That's not normal! My daddy eat ramen half the nights of the week. I help him in the shop all day when I'm home. I've never owned a game console, we only have one 7-year-old computer that we split between the two of us. I use bus passes to go anywhere and... Okay, sorry. You seem kind of stressed. Yeah, well, being around all this luxury is more unnerving than relaxing. Half the time I'm afraid I'm gonna break something or get a stain on my uniform. If that happens, I'll have to wear it for the rest of the year. We can't afford to replace it. Ice cream incident. Yeah, that. So you work at your dad's shop. You don't go to school? No, I go to school too. I was in school the whole time. It's just, I just meant, on weekends. Oh, that sounds like it sucks. He looked at the dango in his hand and back at me. I should have paid for yours. No, don't you dare give me like that. What? It's only right. I don't want your pity. I guaranteed all the other normal boots guys noticed, but they don't treat me like a charity case. They treat me like a normal person, like you used to. Okay, if you say so. We just set it into an awkward silence. I shouldn't have yelled at him like that. Now things were weird and I didn't know how to fix them.
Yeah!
Oh boy! Joe pointed at something across the way and ran for it. I followed him from a distance, unable to catch up in my restricted yukata. It's a bird! A stuffed bird! Wait for me, Hannah! What? Me? No special treatment, remember? It took me 12 tries to win that damn stuffed bird. Even then I didn't win it. The booth manager gave it out of me sheer pity. John accepted with the utmost graciousness. I resist the urge to punch him in the face. I'm gonna take it to bed with me every night, and his name will be Mr. Snuffles, and it'll never leave my sight. Never. I'm glad. But it was hard to stay mad at John. It was always hard to stay mad at John. Chapter 2. Oh, I made it chapter 2. Why is John sad? It's because I finally picked the guy that I'm going after?
Hey.
What do you think? Does this look good? John was pointing to a chunk of hollow wood painted burnt orange as a part of to make it look like a birdhouse. It was a few days after the flower festival and we were at the mall. John asked me to hang out with him, and when I accepted, immediately came here. It was a little confusing to me. When we were talking to it, and more than usual, hanging out with each other all the time, but I didn't know what to consider the flower festival as our first date. I wasn't really sure he had feelings for me either. I had feelings for him, but what were they? It was all too confusing. I almost preferred a gentle silence on the subject. Right now, as hanging out with each other, it was fun. I didn't want to think about it harder than that. We were window shopping and chatting with each other, but of course when John saw his birdhouse in his shop, he stopped. Now nothing I did would make him budge. Well, I do like the colors. It's a home fit for a king. It is heaven. It is the seventh kingdom. Buy it for me. I glanced at the price tag and gasped. Maybe not. Let's, Jacques, you like ice cream, don't you? I enjoy it in theory, as every semi-sentient human being does. But you know what I would enjoy? Not in theory? That birdhouse. John snapped his fingers. He makes a compelling case. Alright, buddy. If it's for you, it's worth it. Finally, you see who wears the pants in this relationship. As in pants as fundamentally worse as wearing dresses or going naked. We all know who's superior here. I jacked warily, but John simply laughed. What a card, right, Hannah? Right. John went inside to buy the birdhouse. I stayed behind in the main center of the mall, watching a mother and a 3-year-old son walking past. Part of the reason I didn't want to go in is because everything in that shop was so damn expensive. Every thought of walking around here sent shivers up my spine. One more move and it'd be back to tomorrow for me. The other reason I needed some time away from Jax, my feelings on him were mixed. Admittedly, it was hard for me to hang around him so much. It was clear John was going to part with him, though, so I tried to suck it up. It was clear that Jacques was a well-behaved bird robot who was one not... Oh, fuck, I can't speak right now. Not at all inclined to talent-based murder on a whim. What? But every now and then, he'd flutter his wing or turn to preen himself, and the adrenaline shot through my body. It was constantly on edge. It was nice to have a break, even if it was only temporary. John emerged from the stop, a large cardboard box under one arm. Sweet, I got it. Ready to head back? What? Oh, ready? But we just got here. Oh, we did, didn't we? It wouldn't be hard to lug this thing over the mall, though. John made a face at me and I sighed. Fine, let's go back. Sweet! Thanks, Hannah! A few days later, I was sitting at John's dorm, wielding a heavy hammer. John poked his head out from the instruction manual, exclaiming the different planks of wood in front of us. I had no idea it was supposed to become a birdhouse, but John was determined to see it through. Nailed this in here. John pointed a dot in the orange wood and lifted the nail over the spot. Here? Yep, there. Are you sure? Yes, it'll be the side. Hammer it in. I scratched my eyes shut and lifted the hammer. Whoa! What are you doing? I froze, staring at him. Hammering the one? Hammering your fist is more like... I'm better with pottery wheels? Give me that. John yanked the hammer in front of my hand, shaking his head. Kill me like a maniac, I swear. But I was smiling, so as he huffed. Day faded to night as we worked on the little birdhouse, fielding some harsh wood from the other boys on the floor, the hats involving incorrectly attached spokes. Finally, John screwed in the peg on the front of the house and stepped back on his heels. We did it! It's done! It is! A tiny orange birdhouse with a red, dirty roof stood proudly in front of us, as tall as my arm. I looked bigger on the box. Maybe this is better? John stood in the birdhouse at the edge of the desk and smiled. Now Jack has a place to stay when he pretends to sleep. When he pretends to sleep? Well, he's got to recharge, but I plug him in and watch him for that happen. Otherwise, his battery could overload and could literally explode. He can explode? He's got a self-destruct mechanism too. But don't worry, only I know what phase triggers it. Was that really a good thing? So now that we're done, do you want to take a break and play some games or something? Oh, that sounds really nice. Do you mind if we do a puzzle game? I want to practice before the tournament, so... John's face darkened as soon as they said the word puzzle and I stopped in my track. Puzzles. My old nemesis. What? Stroked his beard and turned solemnly out the window. I timidly approached him, hands pressed against my rapidly beating heart. What happened between you and puzzles so many years ago? It wasn't what I wanted to happen, I'll tell you that. John leaned an arm over the window with a heavy sigh. I loved puzzles. They were good to me. In return, I was good to them. We were symbolic. But then, he shuddered. They destroyed me. I was stuck on a puzzle I witnessed several times before, but it was never able to solve. I spent hours poring over this puzzle. Days even. Finally, I decided to take a break. What could take my mind off this, I asked myself? Unsurprisingly, I knew the answer. A new puzzle. A new challenge. Something grounded in reality. I would solve 1,000-piece puzzles. But John, I know, I should have known better. Should have been more careful. He clenched his fist and hid his face. After a few seconds, he collected himself and resumed. I shook the pieces out of the box and set to work, but both games were salty. In hindsight, I should have known better to turn the puzzle in front of another puzzle. So what happened in the end? I laid a gentle hand on John's shoulder. He nodded at me, gathering strength from my touch. Finished the 1,000-piece puzzles, all except for one piece.
No.
No? That piece went missing.
No.
What is this scene? I found that piece underneath the very puzzle I was solving. Yes, yes, that is how it happened. John put his face in his hand. When I returned, a shattered mess, to my beloved computer puzzle, I discovered my save was wiped as well. I knew then what happened. The puzzle gods were angry at me. No, they are angry with me. And that's why I can't go near them. He turned slowly towards me, staring at me with eyes ablaze. That is why you are here. Me? Yes, you!
Hana.
You are our only hope! John took my hands, leaning towards me. His brown eyes bigger and bigger, and what pretty eyelashes he had. Then his face just centimeters away from mine. Don't mess this up, okay? I love this game! Okay! He stepped away from the window, me returning to our rugged birdhouse.
See you later.
Anyways, I got some work to do, so see you later. Some really dismissy. Not surely what happened, but I gathered my things. John was inspecting his planner. Frustration X on his face. Right, thanks anyways, John. John glanced at me, seeing the sad look on my face, and frowned. No, thank you. I really enjoyed myself. This was fun. We should hang out more often. I'm not satisfied seeing you alone every couple days. That would be nice. Such a shame that you're not interested in enjoying the play. I would get to see you all the time then, and I swear you're just right for the tree. He shook his head sadly.
See ya.
Anyways, been seeing ya. The more time I spent with John, the more attractive and impressive of joining the play became. Of course, being a tree was not something I would be proud to admit to do. I certainly wouldn't be writing at home to tell my dad about it. But if I could see John every day, it might just be worth it. Water. John and I Wow, the whole game has changed now. John and I tried to spend more time together over the next week, but it proved to be rather difficult. Between John's practice and our homework, PB&J, Normal Boots Club, meetings, practicing for the tournament, there was hardly any time in which we could see each other. Even when we did, we almost never alone. Mai was in my bedroom, PBG in his, student watering in the fields and hallways. With all the time I was spending with John, it started to reconsider his proposal. As insulting as his belief that I would be sincerely the best tree this side of the Pacific, I had no doubt he sincerely meant it as a compliment. John was prone to putting his foot in his mouth, and he was blunt and straightforward, and usually said exactly what he meant, even if it wasn't the most tactical thing, or even what his true feelings on the situation were. Besides, if you looked at it a different way, from being a tree was really a special kind of talent. One had to remain still and completely lack perseverance. Apparently, ninjas trained hard to develop this kind of ability, and here I had it naturally. Sure, pretending to be a tree wasn't exactly as cool as being a ninja, but it'd be kind of cool to be in a play. Due to my stage fright, I never had been in one, and I didn't really have to speak to be a tree. It was the perfect role. I didn't have another opportunity as person if this would come again. Usually trees in plays, they tend to be the line givers. They memorize the entire lines and help actors out if they forget. So maybe that's what John sees. So these totally reasonable and not reaching justifications in mind, I went to class and talked to John. But John wasn't in class that day. It was really unusual, but totally not unexpected. John was falling hard behind with his preparations for the play and had been working hard. It wouldn't surprise me if he skipped class to build a set or review costume designs. So when class finally ended, I headed to the theater on intent accepting John's offer, helping any way I possibly could. I opened the door to find the theater creaking what felt like deliberate menace. The lights from the open doors cascaded through the audience seats and down onto the stage, but nobody came. The house lights were off. Only a few lights dimly lit the stage. Maybe the drama club didn't have a meeting every day? It was weird to have those lights left on if nobody was around. I wasn't about fiddling in the dark up with the stage equipment, though maybe John was resting in his dorm room. I turned to leave when something made me pause. Was that a sniff? Someone was whimpering. Concerned, I stepped down towards the stage. Hello, is anybody here? My voice echoed, bounced off the walls. There's a slight chill in the air. The further I went, the stillness of goosebumps creeped up my arms. I heard it again, this time to my right. Hesitantly, I followed the sound, heart pounding hard enough to shake my vision. A dark form of vision huddled against the wall. Who are you? What are you doing here? I took another step closer, my vision adjusted. It was John, hunched over something in his hands. His face was pale, lined with smudged tears and sweat. It looked like he hadn't moved in hours. John? I rushed to his side and attempted to sniffle his sobs, but I reached an arm towards me. I took a hand of mine. Anna, it's terrible. What happened? Are you sick? Are you hurt? Another stifled cry shifted in his lap was a tangled mess of wires and bolts. And green? Real eyes hit me like a pot shattering against the floor. That can't be! Jacques, he's... John stared in the mess, shaking his head. What happened? John howled, crashing over Jacques' mess body again. I checked myself, it was too soon, and John was too violent in a state to really be talked to. Instead, I rubbed his back, trying to talk in a soothing voice. Well, it's okay. It'll be okay. He's a robot. He can be prepared, and he can be rebuilt if worst comes to worst. John continued shaking his head, completely inconsolable. I had no idea whether Jacques could be fixed, or he was just losing it. Incessantly, I shifted in career taker mode. I gently placed a hand on his side John's head, stealing your constant shaking, and pushed down into his shoulder. Shh. It'll be okay. We're gonna figure out something. It'll be okay. Focus on the sound of my voice, okay? I'm still here. If you're still here, it'll be okay. I tried to murmur calming things, humming song, gently rocking him back and forth. When I was still living with my father, having panic attacks, this is all he would do to calm me down. I squeezed my eyes shut, praying for John to work too. Eventually, John streamed calmed. He sniffed and then wrapped around me, hugging me like a teddy bear. We stayed like that for a while. I didn't know how much time has passed, but I eventually lost my feelings in my legs and John finally spoke. Jacques is the most important thing to me. What am I going to do if I don't have him? I pulled out an embrace, searching his face. You'll be alright, John. You're much stronger than you think. Believe me. John swallowed, turning away from me. From what within, he gathered strength to pull himself together. After another second or two, he stepped back on his heels and looked at me. Thanks, Anna. He was still very clearly upset, but at least he was coherent, and I nodded. Maybe there's a way we could fix him. I'm not sure, but when I saw him like that, His breathing sped up again, the beginning of hyperventilation. I recognized them from my own experience. I stroked his hand. It's okay, we'll take him right and see it right now. Let's just focus on that for now. Until we know for sure, let's focus on what's happening right now. John nodded solemnly. With a gentle hand, he took off his jacket and turned to Jacques, or what was left of him. He placed everything in his jacket and then bundled it all together in his arms. When he checked that there was no holes and bolts that could drop out, he nodded at me. Let's go. We rushed from the theater to the Bluebell House, heads to avoid eye contact with the students. Thankfully, due to the chill in the air and the lack of sun, few students were out. Neither of us were interested in answering the questions that were sure to come out of people's when they saw the look of John's face. When we finally made it to Bluebell House, John asked me to fish the keys from his pocket. I did so, ignoring the blush that fought to rise my cheeks, but somewhat irritated. Such a grave circumstance that my mind wanders to such things. Finally, I pushed open the door. John rushed in as I followed. I checked the hallway. No one had come out of the rooms. We were, as far as I could tell, safe. John went straight to his desk in the back of the room where a small metallic contraption was attached to his computer. Seeing as a jock shies, I assumed that this where he slipped, or charged. I stepped on the crutch, trying to not make a sound as John was, for a moment, not utterly consumed with his grief. I was terrified that something I would said or did would break the spell. Thankfully, BBG was nowhere to be found. More likely, he was on the field practicing for the first game. And Hatoful High. Thanks, game. John placed Jacques' remains on his desk, unwrapped in his jacket, moving painstakingly slowly as not to alter position of the wires and gears, more than they already been. When he finally finished, he put his jacket without seeming to realize what he was doing. Those jackets are more like their second skins. As John paused to survey the damage, I peered over his shoulder and looked like a tangled mess. Jock's head and claws were still visible. Sort of. Some of his feathers were burnt off, along with chips and internal wiring. Wires were cut, edges were burned. It looked like something like a microchip had a dent in it. One of his wings was completely detached from his body. John turned to me, and I hesitantly shook my head. I don't really know anything about robotics. John wiped his face with his hand, pushing his skin up to his hairline. I know a bit, but not enough to fix this. I don't know what I'm going to do. Where did you buy him? Can you probably take him back and they could fix it? Jux was made by a monk who lives in the technology empire on the mountain top of Tibet. Or at least he did. He's dead now. I still get updates, though, from that guy's grandchildren. They update me on the operating system, because it was easier to figure out than some sort of old man to make a fully functional AI and a robotic bird shell. The two stick together. I see. What were we going to do? It was a question I didn't need to ask. John's head shaking once again. It was kind of a compulsive moment. He must not have realized what was happening. He didn't say anything. I'd never lost a pet. My father couldn't afford pets, not on his salary alone, but I knew a lot about grief, the echoing pain of a sudden absence. Absence of someone who was always there for you, the sudden feeling of living in a world with no safe harbor, and a world where you can only look after yourself. I laid a hand on John's shoulder. Do you want to be alone? The edginess of John's lips raised in what amounted counted as a smile, given to the circumstances. Thank you, Hannah. He sat down on his chest and became still as a rock. Before I left, I grabbed a blanket, sitting on what I assumed was John's bunk, and draped it over his shoulders. I had a feeling he'd be like that for a while. I approached the door. John stirred a moment from his review. Please don't tell anybody about this, Hannah. Please. I nodded, and turned back to his desk. I crept out of the room, shuttering the door gently behind me. PBG would come back from practice eventually, and he'd find John there. PBG had a very calming personality. He'd be able to handle things. He'd be able to help a little, at least to watch over John. I wish there was more I could do. It wasn't until my walk on the home that I felt the full impact of what just happened hit me. I was so caught up in helping John to overcome his shot that I forgot knew he cared for Jocks. Not much as John, but no way I grew fond of the little bird snark. My god, this game's really, really fucking sad. He's not gonna sass me ever again, is he? Hot tears rolled my cheeks and I wiped my face, doubled my pace. Like John, I didn't want to see people see me cry. Of course, there was no way I could avoid not when I lived with her. I opened the door to my room, and as soon as I saw the flickering movements of my high school sweater, I ducked my head.
Hey, what's up?
How'd the whole tree thing go? Good. I turned away, setting my bags next to the floor, and I stood staring at it. I hadn't really thought past getting my room. I was just trying to get it so I wouldn't explode in front of everyone. I had someplace to process things. Now I was here, and all I could do was hold myself together. Probably the next step had fallen to the wayside. Hannah, are you alright? You don't look so good. I swallowed, standing around like a zombie was a really good way to get people not to worry about you. I attempted a bright smile. Of course I am. Why wouldn't I be? My chin wobbled in my middle of my reply. The look on my face told me she didn't trust me as far as she could throw a semi-truck. Come here. I sat down on my bed and patted the space next to her. I glanced from her to the door. If I wanted to, I could run to the bathroom, and even if I did, Estelle would definitely be empty. I'd cry myself in peace. I would still know something happened, but at least we wouldn't have to deal with the awkwardness that was somehow crying somebody in front of you, and you not knowing how to comfort them. I followed my gaze to the door and slapped the bed. Sit! I immediately sat down next to her. She turned to face me full on, and the presence of her big, empathetic eyes was staring at me, uncomfortable. I grabbed Mr. Bunny. Bunny has always been with me at times like these. He was the only one who saw me cry about things like this. I buried my face into his soft fur. Tell me what's wrong, Hannah. You can't always keep things to yourself. You always do that way too much. I do not. My voice muffled by Mr. Bunny's fur. My chest chuckled. Sure you don't, because I can't hear you crying in your bed on bad nights. Immediately heat sprung to my face. Had I woken her? How many times had she heard me? Why hadn't she said anything? I rubbed my hands shaking together, shaking my head. Mai stared at me patiently like a Buddhist monk in meditation. I sighed. But then another thought occurred to me. As I said, I was about to Jock's passing. John was even more upset, far more upset. He asked me not to tell anybody. What was I supposed to do? It might be nice to tell Mai, but it's not really any of my business. It must be if you're heaving sighs like that. She wrapped an arm around my back, resting her head on my shoulder. Lay it on me. The old maester's got you covered. She nuzzled her head into my shoulders, my heart squeezed.
Well,
I ran into John today in the theater and went back to look for him, and at first it looked like nobody was there. But then I heard a noise, and I found him crouched in a corner, and I auditioned for the role, but I didn't do as well as he thought, and now I might not get the part. I winced as the lie slipped through my mouth. I didn't deserve this honesty from me. At the same time, John was a private person. He trusted me easily, and this was very clearly a private matter. One does not belong with the rest of the gossip that sped daily between the classroom doors. It wasn't necessary that I thought Mai would tell people if she knew, but the potential harm was far, far too great for me to cave in the moment of weakness. Even if I was sad, even if I was grieving again, even if I could use some comfort. Oh, Hana.
what a jerk!
Man, what is up with that kid? He's always so rude. He spent all his time telling you a perfect part, and now he's going back on his word? Don't worry, Hana. You're still the best tree in my eyes. We both know what matters most. Mai winked to pull me into a hug. I'm sorry that you're sad, though. I do hope you help feeling better soon. Life's short to spend it worrying about some dumb boy. Tears once again filled my eyes, and I patted Maud's arm. Thank you, Mai. Thank you. I eagerly waited John's arrival the next day. Images of his distraught form alone in his room having plagued me all night. Even though I knew he needed some time alone, he was grateful that I left him. I still felt like I abandoned him when he needed me the most. I might have helped me when I was down. At best, I left John with PBG, but if he didn't tell PBG anything, then I left her to suffer alone. I twiddled my thumb by my desk, turning every time I heard the door open. No. No. Not him either. But PBG and John mates were roommates. Shouldn't John be with him? Jeez, Hannah, you're gonna get whiplash the way you're whirling around like that. You sure you're alright? Yeah, I'm fine. Everything's fine. Yeah, Mai knew better. She didn't press the issue. Apparently after her last night, if I didn't want to talk, she was gonna make me. Not while we were in class, at least. When it was morning bell play, I finally got up across the PBG's desk. I needed answers.
PBG.
Hey.
Hana, what brings you to this side of the room?
Well,
PBG did not know? I need to talk about John about something. Isn't he here yet? Is he... Yeah, he wasn't feeling well this morning. He said he's just gonna stay in bed all day. He pursed his lips. John's been acting really weird since yesterday. That morning, he was fine. I mean, you saw him. But I got back from practice yesterday and he was in bed. He didn't even want to go eat. That was how he felt, but he wasn't coughing or anything. I hope he's not depressed. Yeah, I hope so too. I tried to smile or do something that not raise suspicions, but PBG cocked an eyebrow at me. Hana, you wouldn't happen to know anything about this, would you? Me? John made me a promise not to tell anybody. I would remain faithful to him, that promise. But this wasn't like telling Mai. PBG one was John's best friends and his roommate. If something was going on with John, PBG was the person most likely to notice and most likely to worry. Most likely to be able to do anything about it. What if I didn't tell him about it and something bad happened? But if John ever found out, he knew he was gonna like it. I have to tell PBG. He has to be. You have to. You can't tell anybody. I wasn't even supposed to find out, but I want you to be able to take care of him. PBG nodded gravely and bent towards me, cupped his hand around the ear. Jocks broke. PBG snapped right upright, and his look of horror in his face. He wasn't in the room last night, now that I think about it. Oh man, this is not good. You're not going to tell him that I told you, are you? PBG looked at me and smiled as if he were holding a baby kitten. He patted the top of my head lightly. Of course not. I'm not stupid. I know you wouldn't want him to know, but thanks for telling me. I grumbled straight as I straightened my bow, smiling in spite of myself. I was glad I could rely on PBG. I'll try to just pretend I notice it, even if I bring it up. The loss of a pet is really hard, so I know what he's going through. That's right. In real life, he recently, last year, had to put down a pet because they got really sick.
hey.
You okay? Sorry? Oh, anyways, I'll make sure to take care of him. Thanks for letting me know. No, thank you. I'm glad you're looking out for him. You're a good friend. PBG smiled and tipped his head back. Yeah, I know. I shoved him giggling and went back to my desk. Still, I wasn't comfortable just leaving John alone for every day. Ms. Shiz entered the room and started taking roll. I made up my mind. I had to go check on him. As soon as the bell rang, I shot out of my chair. Hana!
See you later.
Don't worry about me, I'll see you after lunch. I sped out of the room, evading students pouring in the hall, and turned away from the crowd, towards the Bluebell house. I passed through the side when John first told me that we were in the same class, and speed walked past through the field. I got lost on the very first day of Asagao. If John was suffering on his own, I was about to sit him around and let him.
John.
John, it's me, Hannah. You weren't in class today, and I was worried, so I came to check up on you. Won't you let me in? There was only silence from inside John's room, and suddenly fear crept up in my heart. John, you're not, like, sick or anything, right? You haven't done anything rash, right?
Hey.
John! The door returned with a soft click. The door opened in about an inch. I peered in the crack and was unable to see anything because blue wrongs.
John.
Again, there was no response. After a moment of hesitation, I gathered my courage and pushed the door open. John sat huddled in the center of the room. The blanket I laid over his shoulder was the afternoon dawn. It was tightly over his body. He looked like he hadn't slept or even brushed his teeth since the last time I saw him. Even his clothes looked to be the same ones he was wearing the day I left him. His jacket smudged with oil from John's gears. I closed the door softly behind him and sat across the room on the sofa, tucking my legs underneath him. His eyes were red and puffy. There was no doubt in my mind he'd be endlessly crying if I'd been there before, though not exactly. I knew something was going through. I reached into my backpack and took out a small bottle of water, sliding it over to him. First time, John responded to me. He grabbed the bottle and tried to twist the top of him. His grip was weak. After 2 failed attempts, he stared sadly at the bottle. How weak was he? Had he been eating or drinking at all since yesterday? I twisted the top of the bottle and handed it back to him. With a few gulps, his bottle's empty. My fears were confirmed. He probably wasn't eating or drinking. He thumped the bottle on the table. The hollow to join the party to be with him. The plague to be with him. I didn't want him to quit. Not after all the hard work you've been gone through. Just wait. Come on, you can do this. Even what John decided to do, I knew that better than that. He knew better than that. This was a decision made up in the momentary fog of sadness. It wasn't something he'd stick to, or else he'd regret it down the line. So, I really don't think you should quit. John turned to stare at me, blankly wrapping. John quitting the drama club was the most ridiculous thing I've ever heard of, especially with the depths of the extreme of his own drama queen personality could get you to. Still, if John had his mind on something, there was very little I or anybody else could do to dissuade him. I bit my lip and nodded. But after seeing his passion for his work, after finally coming to the conclusion I wanted to join the party to be with him, the plague to be with him, I didn't want him to quit, not after all the hard work you've been gone through. Just wait. Come on, you can do this. Even what John decided to do, I knew that better than that. He knew better than that. This was a decision made up in the momentary fog of sadness. It wasn't something he'd stick to, or else he'd regret it down the line. So, I really don't think you should quit. John turned to stare at me, blankly wrapping the sheet around his head so he looked like a nun. It made me want to laugh, but I held it in. You know how much the drama club means to you? And I'm sure Jocks wouldn't want you to quit either. I'm sure he'd be on your shoulder right now, giving you a ton of sass. For the first time, I realized one of the reasons that Jock was so important to John is he balanced out John's personality. Jock was able to quickly nip at John's anxiety in the bud with humor, refocusing John's thoughts on Jock's sass instead of letting him descend into darkness. I knew I couldn't replace Jocks, but maybe... Don't tell me what Jocks would have wanted. How could you even know? You didn't even like him. What? No, I love Jocks. John, I'm just as sad as you is that he's gone. As soon as it was out of my mouth, I wanted to take it back.
No!
That's what am I meant to say? The warning was clear. I nodded and hung my head. I messed up there. That was definitely my fault, but all I wanted to do was make it better. John shouldn't leave the drama club. I glanced up at him. He was staring wistfully out of the window. The clouds finally parted and let in some sunlight. As the sky reflected in his eyes, the idea suddenly hit me. Wasn't there another option? John heaved a heavy sigh, resuming his dejected state. I wasn't sure how he'd take it, but it was worth a try after all. It was just as suggested. All he had to do was say no if he didn't want to do it. He wouldn't get upset without a suggestion, would he? John, I was thinking, why don't you just go to the pet store and get an actual bird that looks like Jocks? You can tell everybody they're the same bird, just pretend everything's the same. John looked at me in surprise and didn't say anything, but I pushed through. I can even go with you when you want. If you keep going with the play, you wouldn't have to quit the drama club and nobody will ask you the bad questions. What do you think? John realized something sounded like laughter, but it wasn't. It definitely wasn't. How could you suggest such a thing, Hannah? Replace my precious Jacques? He's like a piece of meat or an object? He is an object. He's a computer program. Or was he, I guess? The fuck is wrong with you? John slammed his head on the table and I jumped to my feet, somewhat shaken. Over my dead body, Hannah! I never thought you were this kind of person. I'm glad I found out, though. I can't believe I almost made you a tree in my play. Calm down, it was just a suggestion. If you don't like it, you don't have to do anything about it. Get out of here. This is a sacred place. The likes of you aren't welcome. John glanced at me with the patriarchs of 1950 family and I picked up my bag. I was just trying to help. Out! I stumbled out of the hallway, the door slamming behind me. As much as I knew he wouldn't like the suggestion, there was no reason for him to react the way he did. I was his friend, not an alien in human skin. He should have given me the benefit of the doubt. He should have trusted me where I was coming from. No. I shook my head. Grief did more than people to make sad and make them sensitive, stressed, and violent. Looking more at the months after my mother died, just did my best to contain my emotions. But even if I lashed out, especially at the people I loved most, John was going through a hard time and I might have made things worse for him. No longer hungry, I decided to skip lunch and go straight back to class. I could use an extra time for practice anyways. Molly! God damn it, dog. The next day, John was back in class. I didn't feel confident enough to go up and talk to him, but it was just as well. Even sitting in class, he evaded my gaze. As if I was physically wounded him by suggesting replace Jacques. The very possibility of poison to his soul. PBG doted on him, making sure that he came to lunch and checking over his homework before he turned it in. Occasionally, he and I made eye contact from across the room, giving me the thumbs up. Those were my only initiations that John was doing okay. At least John was, even though that John was around, even if we weren't talking, that put my mind at ease. After the third day after John came back to class, we all gathered at the cafeteria for lunch. For the first time, John wasn't avoiding my gaze, and everyone unusually cheery. Then Shane said something he never should have said.
Hey.
John, Jax hasn't been around for a while. What's up with that? My fork dropped on the tray. Across the way, PBG spilled half his packet of peanuts and it traded. You know, I mean, sometimes birds need to migrate for a while. Jax just went on a little vacation. Migration? You mean birds do for the winter? It's spring now. Heck, it's almost summer. Jack's species doesn't even do that kind of thing. Besides, John scoffed. Well, thank you so much for telling me what I already know about my own damn bird. I'm just saying that Jocks wanted to take a bit of the break, okay? Don't go question me just because you're such an elitist, British know-it-all. That's not what I was doing. It just didn't make any sense. So you thought I was lying? He stood abruptly. PBG put his hand on his shoulder.
Hey.
Hey, dude, calm down. Let's just finish the rest of the meal, huh? I can't believe this. John gathered his tray and stormed out of the room. I watched him go, worrying my heart. He wouldn't want company after that, would he? I turned back to my plate, but PBG cleared his throat. He jerked his head towards the door. Did he think I should go? But every time I tried to help John with his problems, he completely pushed me away. I didn't want to make him angry again. What should I do? During times of grief, even if you push people away, you should be around them. I'm sorry. I'll be going on ahead. I stood and gathered my things. Some relief crossed the others' faces. Just do whatever it needs to do. I'm sure you'll help. The others nodded and murmured their support. I smiled. Thanks, guys. Just before I left, Shane grabbed a hold of my arm. Tell John I'm sorry, too. I will, Shane. Don't worry. As I dumped my tray, I found myself chuckling. Shane and John were more similar than I thought. They always found a way to say the wrong thing at exactly the wrong time. I found John sitting on the bench outside the cafeteria, gazing into the branches of one of Asagao's many well-maintained trees. He didn't look up as I sat down, and I didn't say anything. Instead, I kept him company, listening to the wind whistle through the branches. I'm sorry about what I said, Hannah. Don't worry about it. It's all water on the bridge. I shouldn't have, you were in a rough place and I shouldn't have thought more before I suggested it to you. John nodded sadly. Shane says he's sorry. He doesn't have to be sorry. I'm the one who overreacted. He just says what is on his mind, doesn't he? Yeah, that's what I like about him. There wasn't much either of us could say. I wanted to broach the subject, the pet store again, but wasn't about to destroy the relatively peace at this moment. For the first time, John wasn't mirrored in grief or Janelle. For the first time, he just kind of seemed quiet. I'm so sorry I've been so difficult. I shook my head. The circumstances are trying. Honestly, you managed to hold yourself together well. He nodded slowly, then a small smile crossed against his lips. Thank you for telling PBG. I didn't... He chuckled softly and knew there's no point in denying it. Sorry, I just wanted to make sure someone was looking out for you. You did, and you were looking out for me too. Thank you. With a sigh, he stood up, wiggling the creaks out of his legs. I'm heading back to my dorm. Tell Miss Shiz I wasn't feeling well, or as I thought I was. You really shouldn't skip this much class. You already missed out a full day. He shrugged. It's only school. I'll manage. With a half-hearted wave, he disappeared down to the lane of the Bluebell House. I frowned as I watched him go. At least, he seemed to be getting better. No, that was hard to say for sure. Sometimes I thought he was doing better, but sometimes there were regressions. I guess that was just how situations like this went. And at least he wasn't self-aware. Self-awareness went a long way as it came to things like this. When I got to the dorm that evening, exhausted after the tension of the day, having to explain to PBG and Shane that why John hadn't come to class, all I wanted to do was sit and practice my game. But of course, those things were never easy. You lose! Thanks for playing! Did you lose again? Yeah, I moved to a new level of difficulty. Now it's... You know, I need... It's way harder. Really? Let me see. I climbed onto my bed and sat next to the back wall, positioned just right so she could see him on his shoulder. Okay, go. I stared at her, not really willing to start playing again, but I got the feeling my watching me wasn't going to help me any better. Well, go! With a sigh, I restarted the game. Loading screen had cleared, and I searched for my first few combos as the game clock counted down. 3, 2, 1. Go! I started off for a section of pink blocks to the left. No, there, the blue one! What? The blue one on the other side! Not entirely sure what she was talking about, but I switched to a section of blocks on the other side. Not that one! Oh, set it off with the combos anyways. Look at you go! I gritted my teeth and looked for more combos, desperately trying hard to concentrate. Suddenly, my fingers slipped off the phone and mine was bouncing up and down on my mattress, making it difficult for me to keep things steady. Do you mind? Oh, I'm sorry, I'm just so proud of you, Hana. Yeah. Look at you kicking butt! I frowned. There was a combo I was going for? I swore I just had it. By the time I found it again, my opponent found theirs. I heard the blocks were dropping by their monsters into my field and I lost the game. It was the fastest game I lost yet. Wow, that's rough. Do you want to go again? I noticed flaws in your technique. No, I think that's enough for tonight. I have homework to do. Aw, if you say so! I set my phone aside, making a mental note as time for practice, but mine was at volleyball. I scooted over the edge of my bed, patting me on the back with two of her famous back-breaking thumps. I'm really so proud of you! I know you're gonna make history and I can't wait for it! I smiled in spite of my annoyance.
Yeah.
I hope so too. Thanks, Mai. No problem. Thanks for even trying.
Yay!
Thanks to you, I'm finally close to my beloved Jared. Yeah. Why don't you go do your homework? Fine, if I have to. I'm glad you're feeling better now too, Hannah. Did you say something? Nope, not at all. The next day, John stayed for the entire class period. He still looked worse for wear, but a good deal paler and less cheery than he was before anything went down, but at least he was there. Shane tapped her on the shoulder at the beginning of class, making some kind of hand motions. I didn't get it. It looked like he was trying to throw a baseball. John motioned back, a slight smile on his face, and Shane finally relaxed a smile, breaking through his unusually cold demeanor. I tried to hide my smile, but I couldn't. Miss Shiz kept glancing at me as I was secretly making fun of her or something. And that's why international government bodies agreed to set aside a decent sum of monies in case of an alien attack. Combinations of the XCOM plans and the We proved that humans... I'm so happy finally see him recovering. I could barely contain myself. As soon as class ended, I bounced around, happily as a clam.
John.
Hi! Before I even had a chance to speak, my request burst forth. Do you mind coming on a walk with me? I feel like I haven't gotten to talk to you in a while. I kind of... miss it? Despite the sudden request, John smiled. Of course! I will. I've been meaning to talk to you about something. Anyways. As we gathered our things and left class together, it was impossible not to notice mine and Shing's leering faces. I stuck a tongue out with both of them and then skipped out with John. John and I headed out to campus where I picked a direction and took off. It was different walking around from the academy with John, not worrying about getting to class or having a particular goal in mind. Buildings that usually look so impressive to the scale and are neatness, can't peek. Especially compared to my old concrete buildings of high school, now seemed like gleaming soldiers protecting us on our way. Suddenly, the academy was beautiful and vast. Despite relatively small number of students and a handful of buildings that made the campus, Asagao owned the land around for miles. Of wild rolling spaces outside the main hub of the school were common areas to keep clean and safe by campus patrols. That's why so many students felt comfortable resting or eating in the fields nearby. It was kind of like a paradise, wasn't it? John and I walked up one of the fields again, smiling as the wind rustled through our hair. I really love it here. It's not that bad. A smile slid off my face. John seemed preoccupied, and a cloud of disappointment fell around me. The beauty of the cast dispelled me. For some reason, I expected John to be acting like the way he first met him, when we first took that walk across Asagao's fields together. Of course, he wouldn't magically be better. Of course, of all people should know that. I wish something I could do to help you. You and Jacques were such good friends. You were there for each other when it mattered the most. Anybody with eyes could tell how much love and friendship you had for each other, even though one of you wasn't technically alive. Honestly, I envied it. I wish I had as close to somebody as you were to Jacques.
Really?
Really? You aren't that close with Mai? Mai and I are close, but, well, I was kind of hoping we could be that close. Ah! I said it! I put my hands over my burning cheeks! John laughed. Well, I'm touched, frankly. No, but really, if you and I spending time together, I can make handling your loss a little easier, and that would make me so happy. That's super cheesy. You're all cheese, aren't you? No. John laughed heartedly. Coming from anybody else, I'm not sure I believe them, but from you, Hana. John slipped his hand into mine. I believe you. John held my hand for the rest of the walk right up until we went our separate ways in front of the Primrose house. I watched him leave. I held my hand close to my chest. I still had his warmth. I wasn't sure John and I started regarding our feelings for one another, but with everything that just happened, it seemed like the time to burden John with the questions of where are we at or where is this going? Certainly feelings were there, but if we ever explicitly said anything about them, I thought it was just as well. The way the things that were progressing, the way we felt. There were things that didn't need to be said, but yet, not now. Not yet, not now. I was sitting in my room with Mai, watching a rather violent show about a group of humans trapped in giant-sized walls, trying to free themselves from the giant-like enemies when it came to knock on my door. Mai paused the episode on her computer, rolling her eyes.
I can't believe this.
Wonderful, great. Go ahead, get the door. I'm sure it's for you. Fucking Attack on Titans. That's what they were watching.
John.
John? John stood at my door, a broad grin against his face. Hearing the music, he appeared in my room when I drew the door closed behind me and stepped out of the hallway. What brings you here? Lightning fast, John grabbed my wrist and dragged me down the hall. Shh. John dragged me across and off one side of the Primrose house before he finally let me go. I rubbed my wrist, trying to keep a lid on my anger. What was that about? Sorry, I just want to make sure we weren't overheard. I thought some more about your proposition. My proposition? Plan new Jacques 0.5. Why 0.5? You don't want to know. Anyways, I thought this might be a thing, right? Maybe this could totally work, but I'm not sure. Maybe we could do the thing. Maybe we could do this thing. And then I thought, well, maybe we should stop there. Jacques, God rest his soul. He was always the star of any scene. He was a little scene stealer. He was, but I'll never be able to match his God-given charm and charisma. No way, no how. But I could at least get a new Burd and teach it all of Juliet's lines in the play. What? I don't click the play. The show goes on. It's such a touching homage to Jacques. Even if no one knows the truth about what happened, what do you think? He beamed at me. Hesitantly, very hotly, I put a hand on his arm. John, don't you think it'd be a little easier to get an actual human to play Juliet's role? Well, of course not! What are you, crazy? Patted me on the head. Silly Hana, you know nothing of showbiz, but it's your innocence that makes you cute. Anyways, I've decided you're gonna be at the pet store with me, and you will help me pick out a new, something intelligent replacement for my darling Jacques. God rest his soul. But, well, we have to be sneaky about it. Despite the fact that John made his decisions independently without any input from me, I was excited. First time, John was looking and acting like himself again. The color of his face was back again, and he was joking around, fast-talking the way he usually had. There's no way I could turn him down, not after the week he just had, and not without much I wanted to be around him, without Jock's shadow looming heavy over us. Of course! I offered before, didn't I?
Yeah!
Great. Thanks, Hannah. John clamps his hand over mine, shaking for This is great. It really will. You won't regret this at all. Why would I ever regret it? But John already let go and he was heading down the lane.
See you later.
I'll see you around this weekend. We'll take the train to the city. Or maybe don't. Don't wear your uniform. Of course not. Did you take me for an idiot? I scooted back over her bank, make room as Mia's entered the room, hiding something sheepishly behind her back. What do you got there? Definitely not a cookie.
What's up?
How'd it go? Everything good with Mr. Birdman? I think so. I really think so. Chapter 3. Why is he getting sadder? But as the rest of the week passed, I got more and more worried for John.
Hey.
Hey man, how's the play coming?
Oh,
you know, it's coming. We're having some trouble with the leads, so...
Really?
Wasn't Jacques supposed to be the lead?
Oh.
Yeah, well... It's more like the side characters. He's lost their juggle. I've been busy. Busy was the least of it. John was lethargic, often spacey, struggling to pay attention in class. More than once, Shane saved him by whispering an answer when Miss Shiz called on him. And that end.
Hey.
So when should we all get together to talk about the tournament? And this time actually talk about... The last few times we got a little too distracted. But Josh challenged me to a marionette party match. I couldn't let my throne be claimed.
Yeah, whatever.
You don't even hold the throne anymore. Anyways, when it works for everyone, we should do it this weekend.
Uh-huh.
I can do it then. Sounds great to me. I've always got notes from last time, just you wait. As it passed through the table until it reached John. I glanced at me and looked away. I can't really this weekend. I got lots of stuff for the play.
Really?
I mean, if you can't, you can't, but we should meet sometime soon. The tournament's not far away. Yeah, neither is the play. Right. They're on the same weekend, aren't they? That's rough. Take your time, and I guess we'll figure something out. You'll come over on Friday, and we can brainstorm PPG. Sound good? Yeah, thanks, dude. I felt so bad for John. But it was okay. We got a new jocks, and once that was over, we'd hopefully have time to practice, and John would start feeling better, and we'd get his work done. It was just a matter of time. As soon as class was over on Friday, I left Mai behind, sprinting to the dorms so fast I didn't have time to check whether John was finalizing about the plans. I was too excited. I changed to my favorite sweater and green shirt combo, releasing the constant sigh of soft material encompassed to my body. I rubbed my hands across my sweater, humbly and contentedly. The uniforms were nice, but they could be stiff and starched. The fact that I only really had two meant I had to wear them longer than I liked. It was always an unadulterated joy to put on other clothes. John and I were going to the city to find him a new jocks, and I was ready in all time that Asagao, I'd yet to visit the city nearby. I haven't even been in a big city since I was a kid. The slight nerves buzzing through my mind as I sat down and waited. Mai was at the volleyball practice, so I had nobody to talk to. I figured that John wouldn't take long. I'd literally just seen him in class. Won't be much longer. Did he change his mind? He was probably on the staircase now. Where the hell was he? He was supposed to meet me him somewhere. I didn't have his number, so I couldn't call him. I could go to his dorm and risk missing him on the way, or... Finally, there was a knock on my door. I bounced in happily, relief flooding through me. Finally, John. PBG stood in front of me, avoiding my eyes. PBG, what brings you here?
Um...
John wants you to meet him at the school gates. Okay, is there a reason you couldn't get him himself? There is, but... Look, Hannah, I don't know what you and John are up to, but please keep him safe. You know how he can be. Okay, of course I will. I'm a little confused. Don't worry, just keep an open mind. BBG smiled at me, resting a hand on my shoulder. I straightened under his sudden touch. For some reason, it was comforting, oddly familiar. He nodded at me, and it seemed like there was something more that he wanted to say or express, but the look on his face told me that he wasn't going to do it. With a shrug, he left. I locked my door and followed him outside. Students stalled here and there on the grounds, much more than there usually was. But it was a Friday. No one felt usual pressure to go back and finish their homework. No, it was safe to say that Asagao was a nation of procrastinators, all needing the fear of God to put them before they sat down for a single assignment. I hurried over the school gate, praying John hadn't waited long. What the fuck? Is he Malkovich? When I got there, he was nowhere to be found. There was some weird going though, and he looked kind of like a porn star. He glanced at me as I approached. I switched directions to wait on the other side of the gate. Where was John? If only he would hurry. Fucking Malkovich. He was staring at me. Why was he staring at me? I turned around, peering onto the campus. Nobody came, but I started to get a little scared. The man took a step forward toward me, and then another. And another! I called, hands tightly gripping my purse. Was he gonna rob me? Try to kidnap me? I stared straight ahead. No eye contact. Eye contact would only make it worse. Not even looking.
Mana!
Malkovich even has a name! Yes! I'm so glad I went the John route. I jumped. How do you know my name? The man reached out to touch me and I shrieked. I flung my purse into his head. Oh my god. Ash, what the hell, Anna? Wait, that voice sounded familiar. John, is that you? John rested a hand over my mouth. Shh. It's Malkovich, your uncle from Russia. Got it? Why are you pretending to be my uncle? Why are you from Russia? I am not. Just such a small group were passing, eyeing us warily, and they leaned closer to me. I stared at the edge of the mustache was glued on. I'm not about to have the people seeing me buy a new bird. I betrayed Jackson since that 56. I couldn't take it from anybody I knew. I never promised almost every single assumption that made John during his decision presented themselves to me. But maybe she told me to be open-minded. In that case, we should get away from Asagao as soon as possible. John beamed the edges of the physical. I fucking love this game. Thanks, Anna. I know you would understand. Still, it didn't make traveling in public with him any easier. We had to take a compartment with the granny sitting inside. She spent the entire trip alternating between glares on judgmental sides. I was pretty certain she thought John was my pimp. On my knees, beautiful country, eh? Other things I put up for John. Thankfully, it wasn't much longer until we reached the city. John and I disembarked from the train, watching a smattering of familiar scarlet faces disappear into the subway station. In the city, John wasn't getting scared as nearly as much as he was in the countryside. Eccentric people were the norm, it seems. We left the subway and emerged onto the busy street. Small shops lining the road. Salarymen, middle-aged mothers, old men with dogs, children rollerblading down the road. Everyone strolled past us, caught up in their own business, paying us absolutely no mind. Took a deep breath in the disgusting gasoline-tinted air. The small scraps of paper litting the ground. The homeless man on the corner. The streets of cardboard signs say we're all going to hell. I love the city. Ugh. Me too! I can't imagine why a person would love you anywhere else. The bigger the better, in my opinion. That's what's so much going on. I nodded. John glanced quickly around him. So, what do we say we find the smash shop and get the bottle rolling? Already?
Yeah!
Yeah! Get in and get out! That's how Malkovich does things. But we just got here, and this is the first time in the city in years. We don't even know where the pet shop is. It wouldn't be so much fun to explore, and no one's even gonna know it's you. I latch onto John's sleeve, bouncing up and down like a small child. Please, John, for me. I give him best temper puppy eyes, reminding myself to practice the mirror later on. It was a necessary weapon, one worthy of practice.
Oh,
Do we have to? Yes.
uh,
Fine, but only until we find the pet shop. Got it? As soon as we see it, we're getting out what we came for and going home. Jeez, you sound like a mobster. John wiggled his mustache and nodded. Anyway! John and I had a great time wandering the city. We stopped off and got some smoothies to drink. We looked at statues that took turns mimicking their poses in front of them. At one point, a guy catcalled me from his car, and John full-on Malkovich on him, screaming in his particular accent. Hey, you're going for Malkovich's niece! Malkovich's niece! Do you know what Malkovich had to do with his entire country? You have no prospect, no! John ran out of the car, and the man and his friends stared with tears in their eyes. My hero. That was what Malkovich does. I'm so happy to put Malkovich.
John.
Malkovich, look at that! We were passing by a jewelry store when something in the shop window caught my eye. I stopped in my tracks. Pressing my nose against the glass, I grinned. There was a string of pearls and amethyst forming at the meeting point with the two strands. Is that something you're interested in? He looked at me critically and shook his head. I can't say it suits you. I pricked my shoulders hunched. I took a deep, long breath. It was okay. I didn't mean it like that. It came out much worse than he intended. I was sure of it. Almost. Well, I think it would look great on me. My mother had a necklace just like that. My dad bought it for her as an anniversary present the year she gave birth to me. She wore it all over the place until... I stopped not wanting to spoil the mood, but John raised an eyebrow. Until what? Never mind. I glanced again at the necklace, this time noticing a price tag next to it. A rock fell in a pit at my stomach. Well, it wasn't meant to be. I moved on from the store, and after a second, John followed me. So, what was it? Don't worry about it, it's not important. John leaped in front of me, arms outstretched.
Hana.
I might not look at it, but I'm a person who values honesty. He thumped his porno chest, and I frowned. You've got to be blunt with me, or else I'm gonna get it. I'm not gonna get it. And if I want to know something, I don't see why you should hide it, if we're not truly friends. It's just... It's sad, so I don't want to talk about it. If I was honest, that was the only part of the reason. Yes, it was sad. Yes, it made people feel bad when I brought it up, but even more than that, I didn't want people to pity me. I got tired of seeing the look on their faces when I mentioned it, and their brows scrunched up as they cooed as I was smoking to a small kitten. I didn't want John to look at me like that.
Yeah!
Lay it on me, I got this. John stretched his arm against the lamppost as we were passing his fleet solidly on the ground. It seemed like we wouldn't be moving until I said it. I sighed. Fine. My mom passed away when I was 8, so I barely remember her. Happy? John looked surprised for a brief second, then I glanced away. I knew that would come next, and I didn't want to see it. Instead, I strode past him. In a second, he was right next to me, pumping his arms into characters in a show-tuned manner. For a moment, it seemed like he forgot he was Malkovich. Yes, actually, I'm quite happy. That wasn't too bad, was it? The words flowed swift through his mouth. Just as they always did, almost without cares, like he was trying to coddle me. No, it wasn't. Do you have that necklace back at home then? No, she was buried with it because it was so important to her. My dad misses her so much. John nodded staggeredly. I think I can. I can kind of understand in some way. We stood at the stoplight waiting for the light at the crosswalk to turn green. Why'd you even come to Asagao anyways? What? You're a scholarship kid, ain't you? It probably costs a lot to go here, so you must have some big reason. I bit my lip. Why was John being so nosy? I bet he wouldn't like it if I asked him these questions, and it wasn't hard to take him seriously in that getup. I scanned the streets for something neat, something to distract him with from the question, and I gasped, "Look, the pet store!" The light changed for green. I sped across the street, down the block. A bright orange sign proclaimed the shop Pets and Pest. Not the friendliest of names, but it would do. Come on, let's go. I grabbed the door and held it open for John, but he just stared at me. What's wrong? Don't know if I can do this anymore, Hana. He glanced down at the street. This was a bad idea. Let's just go home and what do you say? I rolled my eyes and grabbed his hand, pulling him aside. Come on, you'll be fine. A seedy-looking old man glanced up as we entered the shop. Upon John's get-up, he turned back to his neighbor. Questionable reaction, but welcome nonetheless. wasn't fond of the employees hovering over my shoulder while shopping. I always felt pressure to buy something. We passed cages filled with puppies and kittens, ferrets and fish, spiders and snakes. I tried my hardest not to look at anything, particularly out of fear, and partially I knew if I locked eyes with something, I'd want to take it home. No, even more than that, I would take it home. I'd smuggle it to Asagao like illegal drugs and spend my day treating like actual family. The birds were at the back of the shop, so presumably high-pitched chirps wouldn't upset the store owner after a partially late night. We glanced through the cages, seeing birds of every shape and color. For such a small shop, they sure had a lot of variety. And then I spotted it.
Hey!
John, look! That bird looks exactly like Jacques. It's a spitting image of him. John frowned, eyeing it skeptically. A green-cheeked conodor. It's the right species, but it does oddly look familiar. Very closely at the bird, who was napping lazily on its breast. No, the color's exactly the same. It's almost like Jacques was based off of this bird, or vice versa. Pardon? It's a conspiracy! Anyways, let's get him. I headed towards the store owner, but grabbed my arm. What's wrong? John glanced away. The wheels were turning in his mind. John wasn't the hardest person to read. I don't have a cage or food. I shouldn't do this. I don't know about anything about real bird. I only know about Jacques. I should study more or something. You definitely have a cage. We helped make that birdhouse together, remember? I guess we did. Besides, I don't believe you studied a day in your life. Rude! I happen to be very intelligent, culturally sound individual. Just the other day, I went to a sympathy to hear the Firebird. Okay, Mr. Culture, stop making excuses and let's go. I approached the store owner, who glared at me. I could read his thoughts in his eyes. Stupid kid. This is why I hated talking to employees at store. Excuse me, can we please have that green condor? He flicked his tongue around his mouth, and I could see a little lump propping in his cheeks. What's it to you? What? What's that bird to you? A pet? Man snapping his new pair back up, not even looking at me anymore. What the hell? Let me try. John approached the counter and slammed his hands down, and the man peered around his new pair and jumped. Why, hello, sir. You are benevolent. How may I serve you? Well, I indeed that green birdie for my lady friend, and it seems that you are interested in giving it to her. The man twisted his hands, glanced from me to John. I'm very sorry, sir. I've simply thought, but then the bird is rightly yours. Pardon me? Rightly yours? What are you talking about? Shh. Just let it happen. Boxed up the bird and included a handful of beginner's bird terms at no extra charge. He battles at the shop, and no time we were back on the street on our way back. I still don't get what happened. Malkoviches are a long, dignified line. They're practically celebrities back in their homeland. Wait, so Malkovich is a real guy. You don't need to worry about it. Let's go home. John patted me on the head and crossed the street. The whole affair took much longer than I anticipated. By the time we were on our way home, I was exhausted. The bird sat quietly in his box in John's lap. John peering nervously and thought of the air slits. You think this is really gonna work? What? I tried his mouth to stop, but I yawned. My vision was hazy. My head kept tipping towards John's shoulder. John smiled at me, questions remaining unanswered. After some time, he rolled his eyes and patted the side of my head, and I snapped awake. What? If you're gonna sleep on me, just do it. It's bothering me that you haven't made up your mind. Ow! I smiled and I scooted closer to John and laid my head on his shoulder. He was so warm. I almost didn't mind that he was still in the Malkovich getup. Almost. As the train pulled in the Harabata, John swiftly and nervously, I pulled my head away off his shoulder. Yeah, what's going on? We're getting close to Gara, and I just realized something. PBG was supposed to be meeting up with Jar tonight in our room. What if he's still there? I'm not going to be able to take this Jacques in like this. They'll know something's up. Oh, no problem. We can keep it in my dorm room. Mai's got a game tonight in another town. It's supposed to go late. Really? Are you sure, though? I know you're afraid of birds. I mean, it's only until Gerard leaves, right? What could be the harm in that? The trip across campus would perilous. It took a collected ninja skills not to be caught by teachers or other students. Usually like bushes, pulsar boxes, and trees, the occasional holding a soccer ball you find on the ground, go to your face trick. We made it to the Primary's house. Just before we enter, I turned to him. Can't you at least take off that disguise now? I think it'll cause even more suspicion the way you are.
No.
No, it won't. Nobody can tell it's me. Yeah, but I was talking about suspicion for you. The sigh pulled open the door. Malkovich's mind was made up. There's nothing I could do. I climbed to the stairs, helping steps, and I peer around every corner to ensure nobody's around. knew Jacques was surprisingly well behaved, considering the amount of travel, jumping to and fro we were putting him through. He was still asleep or chilled or confused with the dead. I winced at the thought occurred to me. Too soon, Hannah. Too soon. We climbed to the 3rd floor and sprinted to my door, and I took out the keys as fast as I could, trying to unlock the door. Hannah! Katsuki was right next to me, made no sound in approach. As I put the key in the lock, and turned it. Katsuki made a high-pitched whine. Mai texted me and she told me you'd save her pork bun from dinner. I now see it's no longer possible. I nodded slowly. Kazuki stared at me, evidently expecting some kind of response. Thank you? She nodded, eyes flashing. Message delivered! And with that, Kazuki disappeared in her own room. Who was that girl? Let's just say Jack isn't the only robot in town. Damn, Hannah, that's cool. You can't go people robots. Oh, never mind. I shoved the door open and ushered John aside. John set the box of bag of products down with a sigh. It's not heavy, but damn, it was uncomfortable. Thanks for carrying everything. Hey, it's my stuff. John shrugged. Oh, I'm holding the enter button. I'm going to head back and check whether Gerard's around. I'll come back as soon as the coast is clear. John followed my eyes to the box. Are you sure you'll be able to okay?
Yeah.
Of course, I can handle a little old bird. You'll be back before I even know it. Okay, if you're sure. John was clearly uncomfortable with this, but I felt I could handle myself. I shooed him out the door. Before it closed, I stuck my head in the hallway. And please change your clothes! John gave me a thumbs up, satisfied, and went back to my room. Still silent, I was totally alone. My uniform was laying out on my bed. My homework spread across my desk. Everything was normal. Except there was another living being in my room with me. The silence was really starting to throw me off. I tried to pierce through one of the box's breathing holes, and I couldn't see anything. Was he even in there? If all birds were this calm, maybe I was wrong to be so afraid of them all these years. It wasn't like a rational reason for hating them. They just were so small, fast, and pointy. So much potential for destruction on one tiny flying package. I changed my pajamas and sat on my bed and looked around the room. Well, now what? Well, let's check out Mr. Birdie first. Oh, might as well make sure the bird didn't die. I didn't want to put John through another second bout of mourning. Although I could just tell him the weird store was a dick and he could have checked the box before we left. I pulled my chair up at the desk and I tried to really do. I didn't want to open the box, but maybe it was a good idea. I hadn't been there for so long. Maybe Shirley was lonely and scared. But I wouldn't be able to control it either. Hesitantly, I poked the box. No reaction. I poked it again. Nothing. Was it really dead? Poked the box hard enough to send it shooing across the desk and the bird started screaming, bouncing into the box walls and moving it from across my desk. Pencils book clatter on the floor. Box flew across my desk and persists. It drew close to the edge of my desk, almost falling off. No! It was gonna fall off! Not knowing what to do, I reached over and pulled open the box. Ree! Bird flew out of the box and around the room, a complete burr. It rammed into the wall, knocking down my shelf and then my bed. And then he ran into the desk. Oh god. Oh god. Then towels flew in my face. I covered my face with my arms and they were just on me, beating against my skin, tearing through my hair. Screaming, I crawled to the door, tried to shake the bird out of my hair. Ree! He sent me thunk at my door and I heard him. Hannah, what's going on? John! I reached up and pulled the door open. Red room, eyes wide. Oh no! He glanced at me on the floor and then gritted his teeth. I didn't see how he did it, but he somehow skilled. Judging by his grunts, he hopped around the room. Eventually, after several minutes, the clattering stopped and the screeching became muffled. I opened my eyes, the bird went back in his box. And the room was a mess. Papers littered the floor, books, action figures, pencils, clothes, everything was flung there and near across the room. There were fluffs of cottons lining the corners. It took me a few seconds where the reams of cotton from. When it did, I froze. Oh. Why the hell did you let it out of its box? Mr. Bunny? Mr. Bunny let it rip to shreds. If I hadn't had him for so long, I've never been able to guess the tattered pile of cloths was for him. I only recognized the part that remained was a patch containing a single button eye. I picked up my hands, trembling. Tears slowed down my face and inside my cheek. Taking deep breaths, I was trying very hard not to stop crying. It was my own fault after all. It was only a bunny. It was only a bunny. It was only... John, I sobbed into the tattered piece of cloth. Stop crying! Stop that! Stop that, please! John, do you mind leaving me alone for a bit?
No.
I should help you clean up. This is partially my fault after all. Oh, I prefer... I swallowed heavily, trying to stop the voice from wobbling. Please go. John hesitated for a few moments, his hands reaching towards me, then he nodded. It'll be good to get this thing out of here. Grabbed the box and the rest of the supplies, shuffling carefully to the door. As he passed, I flinched. He hesitated, looking for me just a moment. And then he left. John gone, I started sobbing almost uncontrollably. My rabbit was gone. He was gone. After all this time, he was gone. Crawled on the bed, holding the tattered eye to my chest. Normally I was this upset, I could go to Mr. Bunny for comfort. In fact, he was my only friend for this past year. Now, though, I was alone, and he was gone. Hana! Hana, wake up! I jolted awake by Mai, who stood in volleyball uniform, duffel bag on her side, fury on her face.
What the hell?
I blinked rapidly in the rest of the room, coming into a rough focus. Mess on the floor, the cotton everywhere, Mai's things spread all over. Oh. Oh? Oh, is that all you have to say? I hung my head, trying to keep the tears streaming down my face. Yet again, my eyes were raw enough as it was. First time since I entering the room, mine seemed to realize something was wrong. Wait, are you okay, Hannah? She sat down on the edge of my bed, setting her bag on her feet. I tried to speak, but my throat was shut tight. I swallowed several times, no avail. Finally, Mai stretched an arm out and took my hands in hers. Okay, tell me what happened. You have to. Whatever you've been hiding, it's clear something is up. I'm super worried about you. I looked at my hands in Mai's. Then the torn rabbit piece crumpled next to my pillow. I told John I wouldn't tell anyone. I promised, but now Mai was involved. Her things were destroyed. Her roommate was a mess, and she deserved some kind of explanation. But I wasn't sure how John would ever forgive me if I betrayed his trust. Tell her the truth! Alright, I'm gonna be right back for a second. I need some water. If that even fades correctly. We'll see. Alright, this is a sad moment. Oh, who's talking to me? Alright. I'm back. I took a deep breath, hands shaking. Jacques died and somehow we had to get another bird to replace it. That bird got destroyed in our room because the birds are the worst thing ever across the face of the Please don't tell anybody.
What?
Jacques is dead? Shh! Oh my god, shut up! I'm regretting telling her. I covered her mouth with both my hands. Something slimy rubbed against my palm. Oh my god, not again!
It's not my fault.
You should have learned your lesson the first time. Still, that's intense. No wonder John's been weird lately. Poor guy. Well, weirder. Did you see that get-up he had on earlier? More than I ever wanted to. My heaved a heavy sigh, surveying the damage to our room. Well, I'm glad you told me. At least everything makes sense. She patted me on the shoulder. Between the two of us, we'll have this mess cleaned up in no time, right? She bounded to her feet, completely restored from her intense anger. Yeah, we'll totally kick this mess ass. She might have been quick to jump to conclusions, but she was quick to move on from them. A small smile across my lips. Right, let's get to work. I'd forgotten. I might not have Mr. Bunny anymore, but I have friends now. It wasn't enough to ease the pain of the loss, but it was enough to give me the strength to get out of bed. I'm still not really sure I get it. It was Saturday afternoon. My and I were sat in the library, bent over our math notebooks. I mean, it's a logical equation. When I plug in the numbers, it don't seem to get the same answer as you. What am I doing wrong? Satch chuckled on the points between my equation on the one in the book. You forgot to copy down these parentheses. You're doing it out of order. Jeez. You know what's kind of funny, Hannah? You're a natural for strategies and seeing patterns and things, which made you look good at math, but it's not I'm bad at it. I get great grades at it. It's just that, I mean, if I know the answer is, why do I have to go through all this stupid effort to show my work and then the results don't match what I thought? You really are a genius. I glanced at Satch's notebooks, which he was scrawling on a complicated algorithm for which kind of machine he was working on. I don't think I'm the genius. Satch looks up and blinks. You two are ridiculous. You'll be right up where I am next year, so don't even act like I'm special or something. I blushed, but Mai rolled her eyes. The day I reach your level is the day that Jared decides to date me. I winced and put her down. Mai seemed completely okay with what she just said. When she finally come to terms with the fact that Jared seemed frankly uncomfortable around her, I watched her carefully. Maybe this is exactly what she needed, though. Now to get her out of... Now she could get to actually know the actual Jared instead of the Jared she built up in her head. Although the actual Jared seemed surprisingly fishy to me.
What's going on?
Oh, John! Hey, man, what brings you here? I jumped. John be here behind me, looking distinctly uncomfortable, hands in his pockets. He gestured toward the door.
Hey.
I was hoping I could speak to you, Hannah. I was looking all over for you. Oh, sorry. Yes, sir. I nodded to match his sigh and followed John out of the library. We stepped out into the slightly chillied air, and I glanced at the clouds above us. Silver ridge lining their edges. Looks like rain. I guess so. John nodded. I wrapped my arms around my body, getting a bit cold. I didn't have the comfortable jacket, though, on what John did. So I just want to apologize for what happened yesterday. I should have stayed with you or taken the Jacques to my room. I know how you are with birds, so I should have been more careful. No, I'm sorry. I just had this crazy outburst and you had no idea what was going on. I'm the one who could have said it could handle it, but I'm the only one who let him out the box. If you ask me, we're both at fault. John beat is somehow both of us being at fault. Extraordinarious. It wasn't exactly what I wanted to hear, but there was no reason I can work like that, so why not? Anyway, I wanted to make it up for you, so, how about we go on a date? Oh, you know, if you wanna have some time. I don't want to put pressure on you or anything. I'm being cupping my hands together. Oh, of course, I'd love to. Yeah. Great, that's awesome. Sunlight broke through the clouds above us, warming my face, and I smiled, stretching my arms to absorb the sunlight. What a great day. So about the new Jacques, I'm getting a little nervous. He's really angsty bird, way more than I anticipated. But he's predicting low as Jack was. And now we're on the new. Jack's... John and I were apparently completely unable to read moods. I had to put tape over the entrance to the birdhouse because he kept trying to eat all PPG's nachos. I didn't even know birds could eat nachos. They probably couldn't. Well, Jax was a robot, so... Yeah, I think I'm gonna have to spend a lot of time training him. There's only 3 weeks in the play and the tournament. I need to practice for that too. I'm starting to get a little worried. It's what I'm saying. It doesn't help that I procrastinate the heck out of these things. More importantly, the worse it is. It would help if I trained him too. That way you could have time off to do homework or practice or whatever. John glanced at me in surprise and then chuckled. After everything that happened yesterday, you still off to take over for me? I mean, if it's for you, I don't see the problem. Maybe we work together or we'll even be able to teach him the old jock robot voice. Oh man, that's a huge weight off my chest. Thank you so much, Hannah. John stepped towards me to hug me and then stopped. Anyways, gotta head back. Scene painting happening today. I'm supposed to supervise. Last year they painted boobs and penises all over the set, so, right, go ahead.
See you later.
I'll pick you up tomorrow, so be ready. John jogged off towards the theater and cupped my hands around my mouth. And don't you dare dress like Malkovich! John waved at me, whether he was meaning or wasn't to, though I didn't know. With joy bouncing through my stomach like a squirrel and too much caffeine, I darted back to the library, intent on finishing my homework before the next day. It took me several hours to finish all the homework I accumulated over the past week. So much happened. There was so much to process. I had almost no energy left to do my work. But the impending date with John gave me a vigor that I sorely lacked. Smiling, I boxed my final answer on my max. I'm done! I stretched my arm to the sky as the door opened.
Hello.
Hi, how are you? I'm good. How are you? You're so cheery today. Is it what John wanted to talk to you about? We're going on a date tomorrow. I'm so happy. Instead of the joy that I expected, my gaze shifted away from me. She looked almost upset. Is it not a good thing? What? No, it's great. I'm glad that you're going on a date with John. I know how much you like him. I think it's just that, well, after you and John left, Sesh started asking me some questions. You didn't tell him, did you?
No.
No, of course not. I'm better than that. Then what did he want? He wanted to know whether John was still practicing for the tournament. Apparently he's been skipping out on practice and hasn't been helping anyone prepare. He's told them that he's really busy with the play, but the other guys feel kind of screwed over. He's one of the founders after all, and he's not putting the time in. Why should any of them? But that's not fair! If you and John don't tell people what's going on, that's your decision, but when you can't, then you can't be upset when people see your behavior and make assumptions based on that, what's there. John is working really hard right now. He's got his hands completely full. Full enough that he has time to go on a date with you? But that's not fair! I'm just saying, that's what it looks like on the outside. The other guys are getting concerned. I told you, now that you know, you can decide what to do with it. What should I do with it? Talking about it would make it more stress. Oh, that's a hard... I think it would be right for the rest of the guys to know what's going on. I can't do that. He's got enough on his plate already without me nagging at him, trying to tell him how to live. He probably is having a hard enough time balancing as it is. Me pointing out that he's messing up will just push himself harder. I guess so. Well, at least you know. There's no reason not to be excited for your date. But if John is spending his time elsewhere, you don't understand boys at all. If you're important to him, he'll make time for you. If anything, this is a great sign. You think?
Uh-huh.
Oh, I know. Come on, let's pick out your outfit. I stood in front of my mirror, running my hands through my bangs. There was a cowlick standing on the front. I couldn't get it to lay flat. John would be here any minute, and I didn't want to spend my entire day worrying about my hair. So I can ask you something? Sure, shoot. You like John, right? Yeah, I guess I do. Okay. But, like, why? What? A shudder of look, unsure what she was trying to get with this. Mai held her hand up in defense. Okay, hear me out here. I meant the past few things that you told about haven't been particularly romantic, and every time you guys hang out, you seem to get stressed or worried. I just want to make sure that you actually like this guy, and it's not some kind of crazy crush gone away. I probably did look kind of bound from the outside, especially since John and Mai have been so stressed. And John did say the wrong things a lot, which could probably be taken as actual like he was trying to hurt my feelings on purpose or something, but that wasn't the truth of it. John wasn't that kind of person. He just thought it differently from other people. That didn't make him any less sincere, and his feelings are any real.
Well...
That I know I thought about, why did I really like him? When I tried to think of a reason, I got really happy feelings in my stomach, images of John's jacked together. Couldn't really verbalize it. But Mai was waiting for my answer. He's blunt?
Really?
You like that about him? Yeah, I do. It inspires me more direct, too. I don't really know if he should be your inspiration. But I guess he encouraged you to do more upfront about your feelings. That's a good thing. Heaven knows you can bottle things up sometimes. My hair was finally laid flat. I spun around a small circle to think nothing was out of place. Mai watched me spin. So is that all done? She looked at me expecting me to... I flew in a blind panic! I couldn't think of a reason for liking him. I didn't seriously like him. Wasn't that kind of crazy infatuation? Was it more love with him? I was content with not stating or extending to feelings, but now I really didn't seem like to add more of our plate, so maybe that was a bit calculated on my part. I even wasn't sure to the extent of my feelings were. And even if that was the case for me, could it be the same for him? No, it wasn't. It was more likely that he would take advantage of me in some way, just because I was being kind to him.
Well...
If you need the time to think about it, that's okay. There was a knock at the door. My savior! I quickly pocketed my phone and my wallet and returned to Mai. We can finish the conversation when I get back, okay?
Bye-bye.
Okay, have fun. Woo! John stood at my door, beaming as usual, and holding roses.
Hey.
I got these for you. Oh, it's so cute. Took the bouquet of roses in his hand, staring at the curled blooms. I never got flowers before. I didn't really know how to accept them. My parents owned a half flower shop, after all. I was usually the person selling the flowers, not the one getting them. I didn't own a vase, so I didn't have anywhere to put them. 1 second. Oh, back already? Whoa, nice roses. Yeah, jump over for me. Putting the moves on you. I didn't know you liked roses. Yeah, I love roses. I switched my face. You don't, do you? It's just that so many people come to me at my parents' store getting token roses for their partners and yelling at my parents on Valentine's when there was none left, but then they got in trouble and there was no thought about it, so they didn't seem like a mealy gift to me. But at least he's trying. Anyways, can you find a place to plate these? Sure, go on, get out of here. I smiled and thanks and headed out the door back into the hall. Okay, let's get going. Well, I thought a lot about it, and there's this crazy good restaurant in the mall. I made reservations for a romantic candlelit meal for 2. For lunch? John watched me eagerly, anticipating my reaction. Oh, great, sounds like fun. Bumping his arm and just want a game or something, I checked quietly, so candlelit dinners at lunchtime were my jam, but he was still taking me out and trying to show me he cared, even if it was the most stereotypically way possible. Maybe there wasn't as much as I thought in it. I would have liked, but the feeling was still there. I could go along with this. That was what I told myself, but holy shit, this was awkward. John and I were seated around the table of a dimly lit room, partially secluded from the rest of the restaurants by plants and paper screen dividers. Partially secluded, as we were surrounded by bickering families and old people out for the usual discount lunch. It was unusually hot, and the couple right to our necks kept hissing barbs at each other under their breath. The wife already threatened to divorce her husband twice. You okay? You're looking kind of pensive. Yeah, I'm fine. I'm sorry. I'm just, thinking. Thankfully, the waiter came over to take our orders, asked for water with extra ice, and the man smiled knowing at me. Just before walking, Ray produced a small dark box within his apron, and he set it front and winked. With a small glance at John, he was off. What's this? Open it up! It looked like a jewelry box. John wouldn't buy me jewelry, would he? I grabbed the cardboard lid and ever so gently lifted it up. Inside were 2 small pink flowers in the shape of what seemed to become soda sugar. Oh my gosh. These are beautiful. Aren't they? I had them picked out especially for you. I figure you probably never had one considering they're so expensive. He flattered in the middle of his sentence. For once he was aware of what he's saying. Not the best thing given the situation. Anyway, they're my favorites. This old man from the back home used to make them every March and break them all around the neighbors. Which is a lot easier said than done because they were grounds, they were huge. He had to walk quite a ways.
Really?
How'd we do all that? March was like the month of anniversaries for him. Him and his wife moving to a neighborhood around him, coming to this country, all that kind of stuff. So he tried to share, bring a sense of community to the neighborhood. That's so cute. My neighbors used to have communal barbecues and movie nights and stuff like that.
Really?
Really? Yeah, people would get together and help overwatch each other's kids, and whenever there were yard sales, something, or moving, everyone helped out. It was kind of like to be sad and tired all the time, so everyone tried to help when they could. We usually were happier helping somebody else than we were on our own. That's so sweet. He peered at the flower in the box. So you already know about this then? I know about the feeling behind it, but I've never had this before. I'm really excited to try some. Great. He leaned towards me, resting his chin on his palm. His eyes stared deeply into my own, watching me intensely. Do you expect me to eat it now? I was hoping to eat it after the meal. Sugar on an empty stomach has usually made me feel sick. But seeing the excitement, I suppressed a sigh and took the flower out of the box. Oh! The flower was half crushed by my fingers, even though I tried to pick it up gently. Careful, these things are really fragile. John, with the lightest of touches, took the flower from my hand and set it into his palm, and then held it out to me. Here, eat it. Ah! He wanted me to eat it from his hand? I'm not gonna bite. Go ahead. Blushing fiercely, I leaned towards it and opened my mouth. John popped the flower in my mouth and it melted immediately. It was sweet, like almost kind of like cotton candy.
Yeah.
So you do know it. The waiter brought in our food that moment. It was a good thing, because he blocked completely my curious expression from John's view. We headed back immediately after eating. John apologized profusely for having to cut the date short, so I shrugged it off. I know you have to play in the tournament, so prepared for. Thanks for taking some time off for me. You're busy enough as is. Are you sure you're gonna be able to handle everything?
Huh.
Yeah. Well, have you around and everyone's help me if I need it. It should be fine. He grinned all optimism here once again. I wasn't convinced. There was a lot to do, and in only a few weeks, if there was only one thing I knew from the projects, is that people usually underestimate how long they took to finish. John chuckled. You know, I was so worried about you today. Were you really? Oh yeah, totally. I've never been on a real date before, and I had no idea what I was supposed to be doing. Aww! Oh, never been on a real date. Generic roses, candlelight meal, sugar spin flour. Suddenly it all made sense. It wasn't that John didn't know what he liked. It was because he was too concerned with what he should be doing. John overthought our date, tried to consider my feelings. I thought it was so funny. I burst out in laughter right then and there.
What?
What's so funny? Nothing. You're just so surprisingly cute. Surprisingly? Yeah, surprisingly. Finally made it back to my door, and as we did, I remember the question I asked earlier. I said I would talk to her when we got it back. Well, thanks for today, John. It was really fun. Oh, wait, before you go. Dug around his pocket and Turley barked. More presents? He would draw another small black box and handed me. I got this for you. I took it, glancing up at it. More sugar flowers? Nope. Open and see. Hesitantly, I almost warily opened the tab on the box.
John.
Inside the box was the necklace I saw in the city, the amethyst strewn with a string of pearls. I remembered that was your mom's favorite, so I figured you would want one of your own. Now you can kind of be twins. I mean, it's not much, but I thought it might be nice. It was kind of like paying my respects to her, even if I'll never get to meet her.
John.
Ah! With trembling fingers, I clasped her around my neck. Does this look alright? Definitely. You look beautiful. Your mom would be proud. Ah! I love this game. Oh god, I know! Why are you crying? Did I do something wrong? Did I overstep my bounds? Oh god, stop crying! Holy shit! Please stop! What did I do? I pulled him with a hug, burying my face into his shoulder. Nothing. This is the kind of good crying. John patted my shoulders awkwardly. Good, I guess. I wiped my tears and stepped away, unable to meet his eyes. Sorry. Right, then I'm gonna go. Thank you so much, John. We should do this again sometime. Yeah, definitely. John skipped happily down the hall, hardly a care in the world. Ah! Oh, hey, back already? Yeah, I am.
What?
Nice necklace. Did John give that to you? I nodded and took Maya's hands. Maya, I know John can mess up sometimes, but he's really just the sweetest, most considerate guy in the world. We're talking about the same John here. I pulled away from her, chuckling lightly. It's weird, Mai. Sometimes John can be such a buffoon, saying the wrong things precisely at the wrong time, but completely ignorant of what you should never say to a girl. But then there's other half the time where he can be super sensitive and understand what somebody's going through without them having to see anything. I shrugged. I just don't get it. But you like it. Of course I like it. Well, good. You were so sad the other day. I was real worried. I'm glad you two worked it out. Is he feeling better now, too? I think he's doing a little better. Actually, I was so caught up in the date that I completely forgot about Mr. Bunny, too. Mr. Bunny? I glanced around my bed looking for the tattered eye patch, but I never introduced mine to him, which was kind of sad. Where was it? Where was it? I dug through the covers on my bed and under the pillow. And inside the pillow, under the bed, between the wall. I flung the blankets off, scanning the floor, and shook them out. What's going on? Where is it? Where's my Mr. Bunny?
What?
What? There was an eye patch with a button on it. It was fabric. It was Mr. Bunny, or what was left of him, and it... I shift uncomfortably and I stopped mid-sentence. You...
Oh, no.
I thought it was trash, so I threw it out while we were cleaning up. I dashed out of the back of Primrose, straight to the dumpsters. Cool air chilled my skin, but I barely noticed it. Pulling up with the lid of the first dumpster, I lifted myself over the edge. It was probably about to jump in when...
Oh, no.
Hannah, stop! The trash gets picked up every Sunday mornings. Mr. Bunny is gone. I stopped, half hanging out of the dumpster. The smell of rotten milk and old bits of food wafted my face. Slowly, I lowered myself back to the desk.
Sorry.
I'm really sorry. I didn't know if I would have known. I would have never done it. No. No, it's okay. It's okay. I forgive you.
Real?
You do? I nodded. After all, I'm real friends now. I didn't need to rely on Mr. Bunny anymore. I'm okay. I'll be fine. My searched my face. She grabbed hold of my hand. Come on, let's go back inside. It's Sunday night after all. We should have some fun. And then Mimi was like, I don't have to work hard for my grades. They just come naturally. Can you believe that? She's such a cheater, but I don't have any proof that I can't do anything about it. What a jerk she is. I know, really pees me off. Having such a fun Sunday night met to my sitting around painting our nails while gossiping about the class going on. Hey, so I heard Miss Shiz was totally hitting on a student during lunch. Initially it was pretty fun, but as time passed I started to get a little worried. You've ever noticed that Kazuo seems a little weird? I always feel like she's not looking at me, but into me. Like she's scanning me or something. I really love to talk about other people, especially when she was angry or felt like there was something fishy going on. If it was something screwing with somebody or over being a bad friend, Mai was the first to spread it around. She felt like other people deserved the comeuppance. Told her it wasn't her place to mete out punishments for other people's behaviors, but she seemed like she couldn't help herself. When she was mad, she had to tell somebody.
It's not my fault.
I mean, if that Librarian really wants people to turn to her books, she would have sent reminders. It's not my fault she runs a faulty, poorly written empire. My.
What's up?
Yeah, what's up?
Well...
Do I trust Mai enough? Do I trust Mai? I actually stopped at this. No. I trust Mai. I trust her. Okay, I trust you too? Did I miss something here? No, you're fine. I just got worried over nothing. I put my trust in Mai. There was no point punishing her for something she hadn't even done. Besides, we were both finishing that debacle over Mr. Bunny. I should just let this go. I took a heavy swig of my juice and my pinky bumped my glass, smearing my nail polish. Down it again! Haha! Is this the third time? Here, give me your hand. I'll redo it for you. Thanks, Mai. Chapter 4. Oh, baby. You're getting happier now. You're no longer crying. Now say Romeo. John had a small chunk of a cracker before the new jocks. He twitched his head from side to side. Romeo! Come on, I know you can do it! Romeo! New jocks blinked at John. John dragged his hair through his hair. He'd been at this for the last 3 hours, just trying to teach Jock the word Romeo. Apparently it took him the first 2 hours just to get Jock to hold still on command, and now Jock was stuck on the very first word Juliet should know in the play. At this rate, I doubted his plan was really going to work out. If Jacques couldn't learn the word Romeo, how was he supposed to learn or wherefore, or forsooth, or bane? Don't worry, the first word is always the hardest. After that, it gets easier. Way easier. I know it silently. Romeo! Say the word Romeo! Say Romeo, for God's sake! I rested a hand on his head. He glanced at me. You're right. Sorry. He swallowed, setting down the small cracker. Do you think you could take over? I need a break.
Yeah.
Sure, of course. John collapsed in his bed, hand over his eyes. I bit my lip. He was so stressed out. If he was wasting all this time on jocks, he wouldn't be able to practice. I turned to the new jocks. Sure shame the new jocks isn't human. You know, I bet a human Juliet would be able to do this easily. What a weird thought, right? I looked immediately at John, but he was barely listening. I heard the costume made a Juliet costume too. She liked the design and wanted a life-size version for herself. I bet it's really pretty. No shame when to be able to see it on the side light. John scoffed. What a waste of her time. So what made you want to have Jack play Juliet in the first place? John rubbed his face, exhaling deeply. He was mushing his cheeks into the puffs like a joke. Jock has his star quality, unlike I've ever seen. You saw him. He instantly loved him. He had an effect on people, unlike other. He had that it factor, you know? He was practically begging to go in the show business. If we could just make it happen, imagine where it would take us. A grin spread across the face and I nodded slowly. And this Jacques is still the same?
Well.
Oh, there's only one Jacques now, so he better be. There was a note of frankness to his voice, so I turned back to the bird in question. Romeo, where art thou, Romeo? Nothing. The play was only 2 weeks away. Would Jacques really be ready in time? If he wasn't, the play would be a total disaster. I looked at John again. My conversation with Mai from a few days before was bouncing again in my mind. If If he got a human Juliet, almost all his troubles would be fixed. He wouldn't have to worry about spending time teaching her a line, because she could do it on her own. Instead of worrying, he could study. Said to look for opportunities, right? But here's one. I took a deep breath. John, I really think you should consider a human Juliet. Maybe you and Jax, the old jocks, would have been able to pull this off, but not this one. John sat up and blinked at me. I expected an immediately refusal, but instead, cogs were turning in his mind. Maybe you do have a point. A pained expression crossed his face. I wasn't sure whether it was because he missed the old jocks, he was mourning the opportunity lost, or he was trying to imagine the play in a different way than the entire year. Probably all three. But you know, what if we tried a new technique? Yeah, let's let him be outside. He gets the word right. That'll definitely be an incentive, right? He beamed at me. I was too glad to finally see him smuggling. But besides, once decided on something, that's how he's gonna do it. Jocks, died, I'll upload this later to YouTube so you'll see it. With a sigh, I turned to Jocks. Romeo, say the word, Romeo.
Hey.
You know, you got a lot better with birds. I thought things would get worse after Jocks destroyed Mr. Bunny. Yeah, well, you know what they say, practice makes perfect. It's kind of hard to be afraid of something when you were furious with it. Water. It was the middle of the week. Class just ended. John, as often as he did now, went rushing out the door as soon as the bell rang. I put my books in my bag, intending to follow to help with today's Jocks training lesson, when PBG stopped me.
Hey.
Hana, can I talk to you for a second? I'm a little bit in a rush. Can I wait? I moved to step past it, but PBG threw out an arm to stop me. I don't think I can, but let's not talk here. PBG and I headed out campus, away from the flood of students and their listening ears. His face went grim, his vein firmly with his pockets. Each step we took, my anxiety increased. It was so wrong that PBG had to talk to me about it. It wasn't until we got to the soccer field, nearly empty, considering it was after class, that PBG finally told me what was on his mind. It's John. Is John okay? What? What makes you ask something like that? He gave me a look that one says, I'm not stupid, that's what. I know John's been struggling with Jocks since left, but now there's a new Jocks? It's blatantly obviously he's not the real Jocks, but John keeps trying to convince me that's what it is, even though I know otherwise. I didn't want to say anything about it since John was so adamant, but it's really weirding me out. His grades are falling, he's hardly sleeping anymore. And on top of that, he's not showing up to our meetings or paying any attention to club business. He's one of the founders. He can't just leave everything to us. We're a team. We need to all work together. And now he's dragged you into it too. What do you mean, dragged me into it? I want to help him. Besides, I'm perfectly fine. I see you rushing off of every class, falling into our room. Then you stay until I show up after soccer classes, and then you rush right out without so much of a hello. What's going on? Have you even had the time to sleep, study, go to dinner? You don't go to dinner with John, do you? You guys are dating, are you? I grabbed his arm on my pulse and gently rubbing against to prevent the boy from an immediate heart attack.
Hey.
PBG, calm down. Please calm down. I know things are really bad right now, but what? But would they get better? There wasn't a chance in hell that would happen, not being John, completely unwilling to take suggestions. But would we win the tournament? Odds looked bleak. I hadn't had the time to practice since getting wrapped up with the new Jocks. It was kind of hoping that my practice with Shane's advice, strategy as always, pan out for me. Then what? What could I really say? PBG seemed to be thinking the same thing. He took a hand out of his pocket and rested on my arm. We formed a weird kind of circle, both trying to comfort each other. He shouldn't be allowed to drag you into this too. It's one thing to risk one's own well-being. PBG seemed sincerely distressed about what possible harm I was coming to. The thought was both charming and slightly ludicrous. In spite of myself, I started giggling. Why are you laughing at me? It's nothing. It's just... You're so thoughtful, PBG.
What?
What? I wiped tears from my eyes, struggling to calm down.
PBG.
You're always looking out for me, and I really do appreciate it. No, it's really nothing. You're right. It's that making that little bit tougher on me. That's what I volunteered for this. Things are bad, but I can't just abandon John, not when he clearly needs me the most. But I can't be there all the time. Can you try to make sure he's eating and sleeping? There's no way we'll be able to get everything done, and it's not looking like things are going well. He's only going to get more and more worked up. At the very least, we can prevent some sort of damage that will cause by making sure he's a little bit healthier. He would be if we left him on his own. Yuji pouted, seeming somewhat annoyed. I felt bad getting him involved, but I knew I could count on him when I needed help. There's no stopping John if he doesn't want to, but I can try. Yuji glanced away for a second, running a hand through his hair. So you like him then? What? No, of course I don't! There was that look again. The I'm not stupid. Maybe a little? Well, that's fine. Yeah, maybe you'll be good for him. He sighed heavily. It wasn't the joyous, teasing response I expected from him. Do you not think we'd make a good couple? I know it seems unlikely. No, it's just the opposite. You guys would make each other happy, and I can really see it working out in the long term. He sighed again. And why are you... Anyways, I don't want to keep you. We have practice today. Anyways. I better not see you in his room when I get back. Go home early today and get some work done. Look after yourself.
See you later.
I will. Thanks, PBG. I rushed off the field, hoping I didn't miss anything important during today's teaching lesson. There were only 2 days left until the first performance. Surely there was something we could do. Soon it was the day before the play, and I knew the new Jacques was nowhere even close to ready. We only just managed to keep him in the Juliet costume without throwing the hat every 5 seconds. There was absolutely no way we were going to be able to teach him how to act and make a shapescare intelligible to an informed audience. John paced nervously before me, biting his fists. Bags lined his eyes. His face was pale. Every time I came to his room, another degree of mystery than I thought was humanly possible. From hanging around him for the past few days, it was clear that he was completely consumed with thoughts of the play. I tried to distract him with taking care of other things, telling stories, making jokes, but it was no use. John had a one-track mind. Even when I managed to engage him, something else for a second, he immediately likened it to the play afterwards.
Hey.
Do you think we'll be able to get Jacques to do something like that? I'd never been so near a human putting themselves so much under stress that I had no idea what to do. At this point, I was worried more about the play than the tournament. I was seriously concerned about his health. If he was like this now, how would he be in 5 years' future, when his job or family's future was on the line? If he kept going like this, something had to give. I didn't want to have to watch that happen. I jumped. John stopped pacing and now facing me, with utter defeat on his face. I really don't know what to do. I don't think this Jacques is gonna work out.
Really?
You finally realized it? Up until now, you'd be adamant that it would just require a little more time. It's just, I'm so frustrated. Absolutely everything else is going perfectly. The sets are done, the extras are doing amazing, all the other actresses and actresses are kicking ass. The costume is out of this world for school production. The lighting, the sound design, the props, everything is set for it. Just be perfect place, except for this, and I don't know what to do. He collapsed into the seat on the couch. I wrapped an arm around him. This is even counting the tournament. I've been trying to practice every night, but half the time I fall asleep when I start. And then PPG comes home, we have to do our assignments, and I stay up late doing those. I must be missing something, and there must be some way to make this work. It'll be okay. Don't worry, it will all work out. I mean, you're still giving everything you got, aren't you? That has to mean it'll work out. It has to. I rubbed his back, straightening ahead. Truth be told, I didn't think it was going to work out. The writing was on the wall. But I could see where it was coming from. Even now, I smell sliver the hope that maybe, just maybe, a miracle will happen. Somehow stupid to even suggest the grandeur of a miracle, as silly as a school play, but still. Maybe that miracle consisted of a simple choice. Are you sure we don't want to switch to a human Juliet? John flinched and struggled with my arm off my shoulder. Of course not! I have a vision for this play, Hannah. A vision! Besides, do you think switching now will do anything? She'd need costume adjustment, the line memories, and we have to redo and relearn the blocking for everyone. Find a newly sized prop, and she'd be successfully talented. It won't work. I clutched my head together in my lap, running my thumbs over each other. Sure, it'd been a lot of work, but I felt like John was determined to be as miserable as possible. If he wasn't so set in his ways, if he actually listened to the other people's advice, I suggested that this wouldn't have happened. Honestly, he brought all this on himself. We could see that. It was Jacques' fault. Well, the world was a mean place. It had nothing to do with him being amounted to, honestly speaking, a bad leader. But I gritted my teeth. What would telling him do now? He'd get even more angry, no doubt. If he wouldn't listen, he wouldn't listen. It's just... John's voice is caught in his throat. He took a deep breath before starting over. A small pang of guilt hit me, but I shook it off, my head swimming. It's just that it's not me counting on this work. There's so many people who put their time, effort, their passion. So many people who worked hard, gave up sleep, hurt themselves, worried about this play. And now because I couldn't teach this damn bird, it's all going to pieces. He put his face in his hand. I feel like George Lucas after he realized the Phantom Menace was actually a piece of shit. I rubbed his back, nodding. There was nothing else I could really say. The truth of the situation that John had messed up, and nothing I said or did would cushion the blow. John was entire of the entire play. If something went wrong, he was the virtue of that position, and at least partially at fault, for he made the decision to do that thing, or trust the person somewhere down the line. It won't be as bad as you're imagining, I'm sure. At least that was something I could truthfully say. John shook his head again, and I wrapped his arms around me and buried his face in my shoulder. I stroked his hair, and we sat like that in silence. It was all we could do. Finally, Romeo and Judy's opening day arrived. I made it to the theater an hour early and called time, partially because of the nerves, partially because I knew my costume was going to be an absolute bitch to put on. Slowly, the other cast members began to show up. Warm-ups performed, makeup put on, stretches were stretched. The actors were an interesting bunch. Some of them were completely insufferable, the kind of people who tried to take attention from others because they definitely were making up for something else. There was also those shallow people who collected numbers and treated everyone like a best friend like they haven't seen in years, screaming out names and putting them into bear hugs, only to talk shit about them minutes later. But some of them were the most unique, quirky, clever people you could ever meet. Some were humble, some were even averse to attention until they were actually on stage. One in particular I haven't even heard of said outside a yes or no in his lines. Those were the people who liked the poetry of the words, those who loved plowing through the psychological depths of a given character, those who treated scripts as a treasure hunt or puzzles, reading them over and over for a single line that will allow them to completely reinterpret the character's motivation. And all in all, I liked the atmosphere. Then this surprised me. I was a quiet person, a bookworm, a nerd. I didn't really like having people's attention, and being surrounded by too many strangers made me nervous, especially when I couldn't trust them. But here, people were energetic, people were funny, people were bright, more accurately, people were all over the place. It seemed like almost anything could happen, but despite a potential for mockery, no one treated me like a weirdo. They just accepted my quirks as they were. I understood why John wanted to make the play a success, how keenly he felt everyone's passion and hard work. I almost wished I could keep doing it. Almost. That made it all harder when John finally showed up looking like an actual reincarnation of the Grim Reaper, the new Jock in tow.
Hana.
How do you look great? I stared at myself in the mirror. Yes, great, exactly how I'm gonna put it. Truly, a tree is my most natural state.
John.
I love it. Thanks, John, really. I'm honored to have the chance to play the part of tree. It was awkward to say swords flying in front of my face and people making out of my feet. How do you think things are gonna go? You truly feeling okay? John cleared his throat and then smiled. Of course, things are gonna go perfectly, all according to plan. I just know it. John did not know it. The play opened to a polite smattering of applause. The first bunch of students rolled in on stage, gathering to an actual chorus line before delivering the prologue of the play. Two households, both unlikely and identically, and fair Viona, where we lay our scene. The scene switched to the time in the public era. I shuffled my tree garb, perching right in the middle of the stage. Muffled laughter came from the audience. My hair was still quite visible, despite me being a tree, before the actors started in their lines. Laughter quickly faded as all-out brawls settled on stage. John's lonely straight point coming up full force. The audience gasped and cooed as the actors slugged it out. To the audience, it must seem like particularly good acting, but I knew those actors sincerely hated those others. A few times, I caught them actually trying to hurt each other. So far, so good. I was alone before Romeo himself came on the scene, descrying his unquieted love for his one unseen Rosaline. I narrowed my eyes. Romeo and Juliet was supposed to be a play about true love or something, but I didn't really see it. The audience seemed to enjoy it. As long as things kept going like this, everything would be fine. We weren't even able to teach Juliet's lines. I held my breath as the scene and I entered on stage. In no time, it was Juliet's first scene. God forgive, where is that girl? What? Juliet! Jock twitched out on stage, glancing between the two. Just stood there, in silence. No. I don't know where a voice bellowed across the speakers. Oh, who calls? John? Was John gonna read Juliet's lines? Your mother! Madam, I am here! Madam, what is your will? The audience seemed a bit perplexed, but either way they went along with it. A bird on stage was a novel sight after all. They seemed intrigued to be someone getting they weren't expecting. Still, John wouldn't be able to pull this off for long. Eventually, Romeo would need to speak to Juliet. And when would that happen? My lips, two brushing prickles, ready stand, to smooth a rough touch of a tender kiss. John approached Jocks. Juliet was supposed to rebuff Romeo here, at least at first. My heart pounded in my chest as John grew closer. Jocks twitched his head from side to side. Please, Jocks, please tell me you learned something. And then Juliet opened her mouth. Whoa, my love, I am dying. Lay the sword onto my breast and poison my lips. Yes, yep, yeah, I am dead. John paused, unsure what to do with this development. Whispers echoed through the theater, and I couldn't tell whether they were more from the actors or from the audience. Have not saints lips on holy powers too. Dead, dead, I am hungry, feed me. I hid my face in my hands, I couldn't watch. The play went on like that. The actors violently tried to work out Jock's utter insistence of his own demise. By the time early intermission rolled around, the audience was audibly upset. People shifted in their seats, sighing and grunting. A woman whispered cutting remarks to her husband. The outrage through the concealed was palpable. At this point, there wasn't even a plot. There wouldn't even be an avant-garde, and John knew the others would play it off her mistakes, but none of the actors knew to improvise Shakespeare. They plowed through the scenes as if Julia said all the right things, and as a consequence, nothing made sense. I watched it all play out in front of me, trying hard as I could not to cringe. Trees, after all, did not cringe. As the cast sat in dejected huddle during the first intermission, John peeked from the curtains, trying to gauge how the audience was taking it. People aren't even asking for their money, back. At this rate, this is gonna be people leave before the play's even over. I'm so sorry. What am I going to do? What am I going to do? The show must go on. John gazed at me and the other castmates watched us as the room scuffy silent. Something else. Hey, at least he didn't direct the room. It could have been worse. This could have been at least better than that. Is it? John fixed a smudge in his makeup in the mirror, probably caused by his nervous habits of rubbing his face and hair, lined up before the curtain. The stage light dimmed. Is it really? The play continued on. In a way, it was almost inspiring how the actors kept trying to give it their best performance, how John bullheadedly continued with his vision to star into reality. The audience grew more and more restless as they saw the quality of the play wasn't improving. The more proactive of them got trickled out of the theater. John grew irate. Backstage, feeling a gloom and despair floated through the air. It was a doomed production. Everyone cared, everyone was passionate, everyone seemed to be giving it all, but nothing would save their play. The actors quietly opened bottles of water, hardly speaking to each other. It was like seeing kids soberly lining up the walls of a candy store. It was just plain wrong. I sat with them backstage, listening to the play when John came flying out around the corner. Where's Jacques? He was painting heavily in abject horror, terror on his face. Jacques, can you not find him? He's gone. He's nowhere to be found. I think he flew away. John's knees buckled and he collapsed on the floor. It's too late. I can't do anything. The play's over. He's gone. He's gone. He's gone. Put a hand on his forehead. He was burning hot. His breathing quickly. His eyes staring straight, not even registering what was in front of him. He wasn't even in the theater with me. He'd lost his mind. He was having a panic attack. I swallowed hard and pulled him into his sitting position. When I have a panic attack back home, my dad would always help me calm down. I pulled John's head into my chest, stroking his hair. Hey, you're all right. You're safe. You're backstage in the theater in Asagao. You're wearing Romeo's contest, and I'm dressed as a tree. It's hot back here. The floor is rough underneath you. People like here at the play care about you, want you to be happy. Your friends love you, and they want you to be happy. I love you, and I want you to be happy. John breathed, stared slow, and he clutched my arms. I'm also dressed as a tree. That is a thing. John let out a light chuckle, mopping his sweat off his brow. He sat up, clearly a bit shaken, but much better before. He took my hand and smiled. Thank you, Hannah. And I nodded and pulled him into a hug. I miss the old Jocks. Jocks would have been able to do the play. Jocks wouldn't have let me string myself. Jocks would have cared about my well-being. He would have been able to calm me down, and John took a shaky breath, and then realized it struck me so hard I felt like I'd been slapped in the face. John had to be able to grieve. Between the play, the tournament, and school, John never had time to actually feel and mourn his best friend's passing. Instead, he and I instantly found a replacement that only sentimented how much he lost in the first place. This was partially my fault. What should I do? Be real with him.
Well.
This is John we're talking about. John, listen. I swallowed. I hated being the bearer of bad news. Jacques is Gone. There's no getting him back. This new Burd was a mistake. There's no replacing the jocks. And I think you and I both know this. We're being too stubborn. We're trying to force something that wasn't meant to be. I think we both need to learn how to let things go. John didn't say anything for a long while. I stroked the back of his hair, heart pounding, hoping beyond hope that I hadn't done any damage and made it worse. Snippets of the play floated through cracks of the curtains. They were getting close to Juliet's next scene. Would he just have to stop the play? John pushed himself away from me. I'll be right back. John scurried to the back room and bit my lip. Did I do the wrong thing? Some of the other actors watched as I crossed and sat down in the corner of the room. When I looked at him, they looked away, as if this whole situation wasn't bad enough. Finally, John returned, suddenly carrying a pile of bunched fabric in his hand. It looked kind of familiar. He came up to me and gently set it in my lap. I ran my hands across it, smoothing it out. It was thick, heavy, purple, beige. I straightened it out. The folds of a dress spilled on the floor. Juliet! Do you mind taking over?
What?
John, I'm not an actress! I know you're not. I know you know the lines from teaching them to Jock this whole past month. I heard you while you were practicing. You were trying to teach him the emotion, not just the words. And the thing is, you were good. Not great, of course, but good. You made a fantastic treat, but I think you made even better, Juliet. And if I hadn't been so stubborn, I wouldn't have seen this sooner. I don't know. I'm not really acting type, and I have really bad stage fright, and I'm not sure. Even if you don't think you can do it for yourself, can you do it for me? I can't. No matter how hard I tried, I couldn't make myself do something I wasn't. We learned from the new jocks that this wasn't the same. I pushed the dress back into John's hand, conscious of the new spark leaving his eyes. I'm sorry. I understand. I suppose the show would just... Didn't finish the sentence. It was almost time for Juliet to come on stage. He disappeared in the wings while I stared back at my twig-covered feet. The other actors and actresses were glaring at me, their stares falling against me like a thick velvet curtain. I wanted to sink into the ground like a stone plummeting through water. I wanted not to be here. At that point, I was being forced on stage. Being forced on stage would have been less stressful. As the actors around me finally started to pack up their things, John stepped on his stage and addressed the audience. I saw in my mind's eye, his hat in his, and a sorrow on his face. Hello everyone, my name is John, and I'm the head of Asagao Academy's Drama Club. On behalf of everyone, we're sorry to say we'll have to cancel the end of this play. One of the actors has gone missing. The shouting outrage just followed me hard to believe. I couldn't even hear the end of John's sentence. Duds peppered the stage. Was the crowd throwing things? John stood, silent and static, taking it on behalf. The rest of the cast paused, their gaze trying to pierce the background. They were angry, they were sad, they were ashamed. What a mess. John promised refunds, an eventual improvised run of the show. Anything you could think of, but it was too late. The damage was done. Would the drama code even exist next year? Asagao Academy took reposition very seriously, and there was no way they would let this slide. John had done more than wreck his own play. John came back to the room, starting impassive. I couldn't tell whether he was hurt or upset by the audience raise, or whether or not by that point, he was too broken to care. He came towards me, and I looked up as he approached.
John.
He walked right past me. That was that, wasn't it? That was the end of John and me. I changed out my tree costume and went straight back to the dorms, not bothering to stick around for more cast notes or helping to clean up.
Hannah!
How'd it go? I completely ignored mine, instead of going straight to my bunk.
Hannah!
I pulled out my phone and plugged in my headphones in it, descending in the game that I never wanted to come out of. After all, the tournament was tomorrow. Maybe there was a chance I could still save things. Maybe. I woke next morning, regret heavy on my shoulder. No matter how much I practiced, no matter how much I tried to ignore it, I couldn't. John played bomb, and it was partially my fault. There would be no more drama club, no matter what John or any other student did. I changed quickly into my uniform and quit quietly out the door, trying to best not to wake Mai. At least I could still do my best and win the tournament. I stepped out into the fresh spring air, taking a deep breath. My event was one of the first ones to go, and I had to be there earlier than the most. Plus, it took a little time to get to Himurata. I set my shoulders and started across the campus. The arcade which the tournament was being held was much smaller than I expected. I felt like I'd find some convention, but instead it was a small local arcade filled with arcade machines. Smaller rooms split off, which was probably where the individual competitions would take place throughout the day. A few people milled in the space, generally older folk in their 20s and 30s. I glanced at my agenda in my hand and made way to one of the back rooms. When I entered the competition room, I found 2 chairs on an elevated platform, a computer projector sitting between them and hooked up to separate controllers. Ian sat in one of the chairs, looking bored out of his mind.
Good morning.
Hey.
It's about time you showed up. I was starting to get worried that you died. Aw, that's sweet of you to be concerned. Is it? Yeah. I got into the chair next to him and a man came over to check my name and club affiliation. I'm part of the Normal Boots Club. A small surge of pride made me sit up straight as I said it. There was chairs lined up to people to watch us compete, and to my surprise, the entire room was soon filled. As chairs were filled, my nerves grabbed a hold of me. I swallowed hard, searching for the crowd to find John. There he was. My anxiety eased. I smiled. I made a little wave, and he waved back. The lights around Ian and I dimmed. The projector started up, showing the main Doom and I Avenge on the screen. It's time to start. As Ian began to his introduction, he explained the rules of the game. Ian turned to me to smirk on his face. Sure you ready for this?
Yeah.
You bet I am. Ready to go? The man turned at us and Ian and I nodded. Then, 3, 2, 1, start! The game began. I immediately clicked to fill my screen with 2 more lines of blocks, Ian working what he had. I scanned the blocks for pink hearts, eliminated one by one, making combos when I could. I still wasn't advanced enough to plan a ton of combos ahead of time, but I could make it more likely that combos to happen through probability. Pinks were all gone, green leaves were next. W started flipping the top of the screen. E must be comboing, which I meant I had a few seconds before blocks would fall. I set up a combo atop the screen, eliminating the orange blocks below it, and then it happened. 6 combo jumped out at me from the screen. My eyes crossed as I widened and stared in shock. I had to move atop the blocks over one space. Then quickly as I saw it, it vanished. The block looked normal again. You're dead. Ian's block of fun, my humble kingdom. I slid the combo into piece. 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 combo! Ian's attack converted into blocks hovered over mine. I set up several more combos and waited for them to fall. 10 combo legendary! Double Doom started farting out rainbows all over even zone, and then blocks. So many blocks. They didn't come in chunks. They came in a torrential downpour all over Ian's side, sliding from left to right, back again. Ian blinked. His hands and I moving frantically over the screen. I wasn't so sure that he'd seen something like that. I sure it wasn't. I could do a combo while this was happening, but at this point, there was no need. Ian's screen was filled up. He kept trying to make combos until the very end, but game over! That was it. I won. I stared dumbfounded at the screen in front of me. Ian's mouth hung open. The room was silent. Then,
Whoa!
yeah, Hannah! I knew you could do it! I glanced at the room, applauding all of it. Every hidden block club. Even the announcer was gaping at the screen. I've never seen a score that high! I was certain I was red as tomato, but I stood to climb up off the platform. Not so fast. Ian stepped in front of me, grim as always. I braced myself for his sarcasm. To my surprise, he laughed.
Hana.
That was hell of a game, Hana. That's exactly what I wanted from you. He held a hand in the air and it looked like out of confusion. Don't leave me hanging. Oh! I high-fived him and clasped my hand in his. Thanks, Hannah. That was fun. Then he disappeared into the pressing crowd. I forced my way through it myself, eager to find John. Look! I want to say I didn't mess up this time. But John was nowhere to be seen. No matter where I looked in the dense room, I couldn't find him. Where'd he go? In fact, it wasn't just him. Nobody came? Oh, isn't his event next? I'm sure that's where he went off to. Yes, absolutely sure of it. I crept through the arcade, searching for John's event. Though, winning would have been enough to make him like me again, to the makeup for abandoning him when he needed most. Was I wrong? I poked my head to the small room, and inside a handful of people were gathered around a TV monitor. Oh, it's him versus Jimmy.
John.
As I started in, somebody turned around and held a finger to the lips. The event had already started. Feeling even worse before, I took a seat, cheering John in my heart. I didn't even want to let him know I was there, on the off chance that being aware of my presence was opposite of what I wanted, and reduced chances of winning. Sorry, I have a dry mouth for talking for 3 hours straight. John stared at the screen intensely, blinking sleep from his eyes. When I glanced at the score, my heart fell. There was no way he was going to win. So how did the play go? Jimmy, apparently uncomfortable with the fact that he was currently beating JonTron into the mud, tried to make some sort of casual small talk to dissuade the tension. Unfortunately, it had the opposite effect. John's eyes flew wide open, his grip on the controller slackened. Jimmy left him in the dust, and the level ended in a landslide victory for Hidden Block. The crowd, disappointed after hoping for a good show, retreated back into the main entry hall. John stared at his hands.
Hey.
There's always next year. It was a pleasure. John nodded, extending his hand for a handshake. Congratulations. Jimmy took his hand. The relief in his was so plain in his face it almost looked painful.
John.
Hey, John! I came up behind him. John jumped. When he turned to look at me, he was clearly upset. Hana? I won my event. Isn't that great?
Oh,
I've got to go. But it was too late. John was gone. He didn't want to be followed. It went without saying, I did not ending up joining the Normal Blues Club. Sure, I won my event, but what good was when I caved under pressure and couldn't be relied on in a pinch? That's what John argued, and when Shane teamed up with him, there was no hope for me. In any case, I wasn't even sure I wanted to be in the Normal Boots Club after everything that happened. After all, what did I get for being close to them? A torn rabbit, embarrassing performance, a possible blame for disarming the Gravel Club, a bad reputation, and a broken heart. It was stupid. It was pointless. I should have known better to entertain the idea that I could almost amount to anything more than I was at home. But at least I made one friend who knew I'd stick by me forever.
You're my best friend.
I had mine, and that was all that mattered. No, this can't be. No! Bad ending? Why? Why? Oh, I was here for hours. I guess that's the end of this game. Yeah, that really sucks. No, I didn't want to. Oh, John was. Oh. Oh. That sucks, man. Oh, it's 10 o'clock. I don't really want to start over again. That really sucks. No! Oh, I wanted to date John. Oh my god, that's like the worst thing ever. I can't believe I got a bad ending. I'm like, that can't be possible yet. Oh, come on. Yeah, I even ruined John's life. Like, oh my god. I guess I made like the wrong decision at. I was like, I gotta be upfront with him and stuff like. Oh my god, yeah. Thanks for playing when you make me feel like shit. Obviously, this is not my last playthrough.
Asagao Academy, Normal Boots Club.
All right. I could load up my data, but that's pretty far back. I didn't save. Oh well. I'm probably gonna edit here for tonight. I actually love this theme song. I'm probably gonna download it. It's really good. When it comes, they are planning on releasing the soundtrack to this game, which I'm gonna be really getting on it because it's an amazing soundtrack. Anyways, that's it for tonight. I'm gonna be streaming this tomorrow with a different route. I kind of want to continue. Do I have any extra? I do. Yeah, I only have day 8, and that's chapter 1. I made it all the way to chapter 3 in this one playthrough. Yes! What I could do is, you know what? I kind of want to keep playing this game. It's a really, really fun game. I actually might continue tonight. I'll start back up from 8 and try to make all the right decisions. But I'm gonna... I can't believe I made a bad ending and I didn't save it all. You know what? I kind of want to go after somebody else this time. I went after John. It's time to go after somebody else. He had a pretty sad story. I'm just gonna take a, what is it? I'm gonna take like a quick, 15-minute break, maybe. I gotta let up my dog. But, I'll keep the music open for you. So I'll be right back. Burd.
「
I ran. So I'm gonna load up from, because I want to keep playing, because this is a great game. I'm gonna load up from 8 and, like, rush forward. So I can do skip. You're chatting the kitty. They're your friends too. I've read all this, so it doesn't matter for me.
Yeah.
Skip. We're just going to the big mash. Because I've already read all this. Alright, so we're back at the. No more skipping. Alright, so we're back at this scene. In order to get Jared, I have to go a completely different path, but for now, I'm going to be picking all these guys. Yeah. PBG's next.
PBG.
I picked PBG. Mine nodded.
Aww.
That's gonna be a hell of adorable, let me tell you. I know we can be a bit silly, but PBG really cares about something. He truly cares. He'll be good to you. It's just one date. Sure, sure. Well, go on.
What?
What?
Uh-huh.
Go on and get your man. Wait, you mean now?
Yeah.
Yeah. Might hit me on the back and practically shove me towards the door. You know what I could do? Wait. Okay. Yes, I want to quit. Okay. I just realized I could probably go quick through and probably fix whatever the fuck happened with John. I want to see the good ending. I do. I truly. Oh wait, you can see my fucking. Oh god. Oh god. They can see it. Megan, they can see it. They can see your fucking gross ass shit. Yes, run. Okay, we'll go PBG tomorrow, but I really want to get the good ending for this. Yes, I've seen the opening.
Asagao Academy, Normal Boots Club.
Ah, it's kind of gross! Alright, so we're gonna do skipping again. Whee! Oh, I'm so happy they have the skip mode. Do your friends too. Skip! Okay. I try. Alright, we're gonna pick John. Yep, but we're gonna skip a bunch. Burd. I really want to have the good end with John. Oh, not this scene again! I was gonna tell PBG. I'm supportive. You need time to be yourself right now. John looked up in being anguish. He reached a tended hand towards me and grabbed it in my own.
No.
Thank you, Hannah. I'm glad you understand. He looked like he was going to cry again, but for a different reason. I rubbed the back of his hand with his thumb, nodding slowly. So I'm going to make the choice that he should not go through the drama club, because we know it's shit, and let's not have him go through that scary shit again. We're not going to fail. I want John to be my senpai. I want the good ending! I don't want to fail like I did last time! Wasn't there another option?
Huh.
John heaved a heavy sigh, but resuming his dejected state. I wasn't sure how he'd take it, but was it worth a try after it was a suggestion? After all, he had to say no, and he didn't want to do it. Would get upset with a suggestion. Oh, this is when she mentions that we should replace John.
Well...
Yeah. Go after him. Alright. This is the same time as last time. Everything... This is the Malkovich scene. How about not check out Mr. Birdie and have my room destroyed? Yeah, I should practice. There's only a few weeks left until the tournament. After all, I didn't want to embarrass normal boots. I pulled out my phone and turned it on. Instantly, several texts came in from Mai's number, all begging me to save her a pork bun. Sorry, Mai. I switched out the text app. Ugh. That guy was hard. The bird started screaming, bouncing into the box walls. Pencils and books shattered the floor. The books... Oh god, not the scene. Knowing what to do, I reached over and pulled open the lid. Free! So it destroys the room anyways?! No, return. What a cunt! Tell her the truth! That's what I did last time. That's why I'm skipping through all this text. I could try and get a... I'll try and let him loose. He's really swamped.
Bingo.
Yeah, there's a lot of the same words. And the date. I can skip it. He's blunt. Yep.
Really?
Skippy, skip, skip, skip. I want good heading! Mr. Bunny scene. I trust you. Alright, I'm trying to see you. Try to see if it's... He's probably still going for the play. Yep. He's still going for the play. That's what I thought. Skipping through the play. Be sympathetic. I bet was real with him last time. Jocks would have been able to, but you're right. But that's okay. We have to keep going with what we have right now, right? I guess we do. John sighed and gazed deeply into my eyes.
Oh no.
This is my fault. Did I cause this mess? The plane, Jocks. Could I fix it somehow? My heart beat rapidly in my chest as it was performing an open heart surgery, but I'm absolutely terrified of saying the wrong thing and possibly scaring John. Honestly?
Well...
Yes. I think you could have. I think you've been struggling with things, but you're not a victim, John. You had the power and control over your circumstances. You were in charge of making these decisions. You were the leader, and you were set in your own vision. You ignored what was the best for everyone else. You're stubborn, passionate, blunt, and opinionated man. You do what you think is best, no matter what it is. That's both a good and bad thing. But what's going to carry you through this? I think you can trust yourself a little bit more. Times have been hard for you, but you can still do whatever you put your mind to. And there's still a chance we can make it through this. John didn't say anything for a long while. Struck the back of his head. Snippets of the play. I'll be right back. Don't refuse.
What?
And that's how you get the bad ending! You lost?
You're my.
And bad ending. Great. Can I skip this somehow? Quit game. The only option is to quit or sit through the credits. Alright. I'm gonna try this once more! I gotta do this, man! I gotta! Somebody unfollowed me.
Asagao Academy, Normal Boots Club.
Alright, let's try this one more time. Doop-a-doop-a-doo. Skippity skip skip skip. Gotta get that good ending. I wanna date John! Alright, John again.
John.
You can get that sweet John Trout Ash. I believe at you. I'm glad this goes really, really fast, skip mode. But it just kind of shows how much is in this game. I want to tell PBG, it's important that I tell him. Either way. Go after him. Practice. Tell her the truth!
Well,
Do-do-do-do-do-do.
really?
The fancy dinner date. I trust you. This is taking forever. We already did all this. Alright, be considerate. You did the very best you could, especially given the circumstances. Don't be so hard on yourself. I'm sure everyone understands. Job was given a position and responsibility. People trusted him to follow through. He didn't. That was a fact. That was the truth. But he didn't mean to do anything go wrong. There were still things. But in hindsight, it was 2020. No point in telling him that now. Not now. I understand. I suppose Show will just John didn't finish last. It was almost time for Juliet to come on stage. He disappeared into the wings while I stared at my twig-covered feet. The other actresses and actors were glaring at me, their stares falling against me like a film curtain. I wanted to sink into the ground. So I don't even have the choice anymore. Okay, that's good. At that point, being forced on stage would have been less stressful. Actors around me finally started to pack up their things. What a mess. Get back in the room. He gave towards me and I looked up as he approached.
John.
But he walked right past me. That was that, wasn't it? That was the end of- wait, what?! No, not a bad ending again! Whoa. Bad ending?! Ah! Can I just not fucking- whatever. I'll try one more time. I don't even know what I'm going wrong. I want John! No, I have to have John. I don't know. Alright, so now I'm denying going to be...
Hey. Huh.
Okay, so I can't do John. Alright, not with this file, at least. So it looks like I'll actually have to start from the beginning. Fuck. Yes. The dream is dead. Alright, I'm gonna start from the very beginning. We're gonna do this shit! I wanna do everything for John. We're gonna start from the beginning, man. What the fuck? I can't pick John? Have I fucked up everything with John? I can't pick him anymore? Okay. Oh, god. So maybe there's some things that I couldn't even change that, okay. Okay. So I can't do John. Alright. Not with this file, at least. So it looks like I'll actually have to start from the beginning. Fuck. Yes. The dream is dead. Alright, I'm gonna start from the very beginning. We're gonna do this shit! I wanna do everything for John. We're gonna start from the beginning, man. I wanna get John, okay?
Asagao Academy, Normal Boots Club.
No, return. We're gonna play. Okay, can I skip? Yes, chapter 1. Skip! Yes, it's Gerard. Blah 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 blah. I guess so. Can I skip, please? I need to get good ending with John. Okay. This is where we first meet John. I want to get John by any means necessary. Of course.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, the creepy guy. I forgot about him. Yeah, at this point it would! I know he lives in New York. Oh yeah, their little fucking fight. Student government.
Oh, I know that's right.
Woo! Yes? Oh, it's the stealing scene. And when we're playing against him. I could do this! I could get... I want John. Oh god, we're back at this again. I want to deny. Trying to not do the play. There's no John! I have to do the play in order to get to John. Ah! Okay, yes, quit. That means I have to do it again. How the fuck do you get John? Hold on. How do you... I'm cheating now. How do you get good ending with JonTron? As I'm cheating, but that thirst is real. There's no way! Ah!
Asagao Academy, Normal Boots Club.
If you're having trouble getting to get this left. Alright, so apparently I keep getting, like, I got bad ending and worse ending non-stop. That's all I kept getting. I'm now directing...
Is this like Toy Story rules?
I don't know how to get John. Yes, I will stay up all night. I want John Chuck good ending. Thank you, all walkthroughs. Alright. I can't actually load my data for this one. For friends too. So, looks like a lot of things don't really happen. It's just how it opens up the routes in this first part. This first chapter is just all about opening up routes for you. So I actually do have to go. So John's actually the hardest, one of the second hardest. Obviously the hardest one is Shane because he's a dick.
John.
Uh-huh. You tell John? Okay, let's go. We're just gonna skip past making all the right decisions. I have to tell PPG, that's part of the good ending. Alright, and dissuade. Go after him. I want to tell you what happened, but I can't. See the look on her face, I forget. I can't. I made a promise. I know that you had something you wanted to tell me, keep a secret. You wouldn't want to tell me anybody too, right? I said it out of desperation, hoping she would understand. To my great surprise, I seemed caught off guard. Yeah, you're right. There are things I wouldn't. She trailed off. But are you okay? I nodded slowly. I'm really sorry, Mai. I really, really am. Tears pickled up the back of my eyes. Mai around her shoulders.
I'll support you.
Hey, shh. It's okay, Hannah. Okay, don't worry. Between the two of us, we'll have this mess cleaned up in no time, right? She bounced to her feet, completely restored to her intense anger. Yeah, we'll totally kick this. Okay. Skippy time. I'm really sorry, Mai. I really, really am. Tears pickled up the back of my eyes. Mai around her shoulders.
I'll support you.
Hey, shh. It's okay, Hannah. Okay, don't worry. Between the two of us, we'll have this mess cleaned up in no time, right? She bounced to her feet, completely restored to her intense anger. Yeah, we'll totally kick this. Okay. Skippy time. Alright, so you have to try and get him less stress. Skippity skip skip. Well, about that, I did want to say something, or regret. I didn't mean it. Oh, so I actually have to not say that he's blunt. Maybe that was a really big calculator on my part. Sure, but the extent of my feelings were, and blah 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 blah. And I'm almost done. Alright, this. Why can't I skip here?
What?
Game? Chapter 4? Oh shit! I never made it in Chapter 4! Oh shit! I never made it to Chapter 4! Now I say Romeo. Alright, okay. No, the unskippable stuff is... Alright. Alright. So. I have to be real with him.
Well,
There's no getting him back. This bird was a mistake. There's no replacing him. I'll be right back. John had scurried in the back room. I bit my lip. Did I do something wrong? Some of the other actors crossed as they sat in the corner of the room. When they look at me, they look away. This whole situation wasn't bad enough. Finally, John returned, carrying up the fabric. I straightened the fold and spilled it on the floor. Juliet?
what?
Do I accept this time?
Hana.
There was no way this was going to go well. There was no way. But then, if it wasn't that the play could get any worse, I wanted to take some of the strain off of John. Even though this has meant the play completely bombed, at least we could face the devastation together. For once, John truly was relying on me. If it's for you, I think I can try. John immediately pulled me to a bear hug, crushing my arms against the ribs, and then quickly pulled away. Go get changed! Hurry, I'll stall as long as I can. But, go! John pushed me towards the dressing room, and then rushed into the wings. I sprinted onto the back room. The costume stood there. She had glee on her face. I really hope this costume would see the light of day! She stripped me down, practically demolishing my tree's costume in a rush. I can fix it later, and pulled Juliet's dress over my head. Ha! You completely transformed! She placed Juliet's hat on my head and peered into the mirror. The costume just smacked me on the back, jolting me to my sentence. I'd hurry! I ran back to the wings, trying to peer on stage, John wandering in the front, bemoaning the loss of his fair Juliet, certain members of the audience muttering under his breath. Where was I supposed to enter from? I glanced utterly confused. Oh, woe is me! My fair maiden would grape me with their fairest presence. Shit, I need to get out of there! Nothing for it! Aww. I emerged gracefully as I could, a head under the rice. John turned shocked, but immediately covered his expression. My most fairest maiden, hark! Oh, fair haven't thee found thyself upon thy balcony of mine desire? I flushed. How was I supposed to improv in Shakespearean? My heart of hearts, my loves of loves, not but mine horrid folk have trapped with me here. That worked, right? That's exactly what the plot we were. My love, I rushed over as soon as I received thy nasty message. Thine sweet Romeo, thine star of the sky, heavens, and you, the freshest hope of mine heart. I shall rescue you, and we shall then flee, frolic, and none other. Don lifted his arm to me, and I stared at him. He didn't mean for me to jump, right? Surely he was joking. But John made a face and flickered his fingers towards him. I swallowed. For thief, my love, I shall overcome. With a deep breath, I climbed to the edge of the balcony, and then eyes closed, I jumped. I collapsed right on top of it. John fell to the floor. Hearing John grunt, I rolled off away from him, ending big brush and knocking it down. I waited stealthily trying to catch my breath as John crawled over me. Han, are you okay? The play. How off the one man at the point of death had they been married, which their keepers call on lightning before death. Oh, how am I called this lightning? Oh, my love, my wife. Death hath the honey of thy breath. That thou no pyro down be beauty. John immediately launched into Romeo's death of Juliet speak, and I closed my eyes, turned my best impression of a 10% I can muster. It wasn't hard given the circumstances. And thy lips, oh, the door of breath sealed with righteous kiss. A dateless bargain on grossing death. John towards me, eyes lit with determination. Oh no, I forgot all about this part. He placed his arms on the side of me, his face coming closer and closer. My heart beating rapidly as I tried my hardest not to scrunch up my face. My first kiss! Ah! John cupped his hands around my chin and placed his thumbs over my mouth. and kissed the tips of his thumbs over so tenderly and pulled away all the sorrow of a grieving man in his eyes. Thus, with a kiss, I die. John collapsed next to me and a hand in mine. The actors playing our families rushed on stage, and John and I giggled quietly. That went well. Better than expected, you were right, Anna. A human Juliet was a million times better. Not the least of it because I finally understood how Romeo felt about her.
John.
Oh, I bet you almost killed me! Just kidding. John grinned, nudging me into the ribs. Shh. In the end, the play was a success. Well, comparatively. People praised the action-packed twist at the end, seeing the entire play as a strange avant-garde performance. Juliet was a bird because she was treated as subhuman until she finally was able to accessory her free will, or something. Something RC presence that we were given the benefit of the doubt and allowed us to continue with the play. People complimented me on the job well done, even though they didn't necessarily mean my performance. Few people said that my death was pretty convincing, though. We hung up our costumes, John and I joked ourselves to the new jock's mysterious disappearance. I think he flew to Bahamas, or maybe returned to that creepy shopkeeper. I'm just glad he's out of our lives now. He was nothing but trouble. Are you sure he's not hurt, though? Are you kidding me? That bird is even more stubborn than I am. He's got his survival instinct surpassing the fierceness of lion of Safara. He'll be fine. Honestly, it was better that he was gone. He would have been happier that way. John said I would play Juliet from now on, and we would practice whenever he liked. Though I wasn't keen on that idea. Overall, we headed to our dorms to practice like crazy before the tournament, and I was happier I'd been in a long, long time. Maybe there was something to this acting thing after all. I woke the next morning feeling entirely like a new person. I grabbed my uniform, laying it flat against my chest, gazing in the mirror. It is I, Hannah, an actress. I giggled quietly to myself. My groan from her bunk. Sorry. I changed into my uniform and dashed out the door. Today was the day of the tournament. Maybe I could turn into a winner too? I stepped into the fresh spring air, taking a deep breath. My event was one of the first ones to go. I had to be there earlier than the others. Okay.
Good morning.
Hey.
There's a lot of the stuff I've already said. There he was, my anxiety eased. I smiled and made a little wave, and he waved back. Lights around him, Ian and I dimmed. The projector started up, showing the main menu. So you ready for this?
Yeah.
You bet. Ready to go. And then 3, 2, 1, start. And combo. I won!
Whoa!
Yeah, Hannah! I knew you could do it. Not so fast. Ian stepped in front of me, grim as always. Braced myself. And then he high-fived me! Alright. I thought you deserved flowers after your wondrous debut. Since you didn't get any last night, a lead actress deserves to be given flowers. I gazed at the deep roses, happiness flowing through me. This time, they truly meant something.
John.
Thank you.
I
I gotta get something for my event. Wish me luck. I don't need to. I'm coming with you. Okay, then let's get going. I followed John to the event room at the front of the arcade. It was a small space. Only a handful of people were there to watch the incoming battle of retro gamers.
Hey,
Ready to fight? I had to double up on events this year, so I don't have your history with retro games, but I'll put on much of a fight as I can. We'll see how it goes.
what's up?
Are you okay, John? You don't look too good. First time of that day, I truly looked like John realized Jimmy was right. John was pale, and there was deep bags under his eyes. His hands were trembling ever so slightly. I've had a rough few weeks, but after this, everything will be much easier to deal with. Oh. I wasn't able to practice much. Well, maybe you still have a chance. Not that I'm going to go easy on you. I wouldn't want you to.
John.
Are you sure you're alright? It's just that I'm one of the founders of Normal Boots, and I was here just so caught up in my own business I hardly could ever practice. I barely deserve to call myself a member, let alone a founder. You can't be serious. You deal with death and losing the lead role for your play, and then a terrible performance out of the play. You got yourself a new girlfriend. And you think you should have found your way to even more pressure on yourself? A new girlfriend? Are the participants ready? Of course. Right at the moment, Pig-faced Amuse popped in the room. We're running a bit behind, so let's hurry it up. John made face at me and took behind Jimmy and picked up a controller. Right. The person with the highest score at the end of the level wins. On your marks, get set, play. John pressed start and gave the game win. Of course, it became apparent very quickly that John wasn't wrong in his assessment of himself. There was no way he was going to win. He indeed needed to practice more. John played his very best right up to the end, but it wasn't even close. Jimmy finished several thousand points ahead. John set down the controller with grins. The crowd, disappointed after hoping for a good show, retreated back in the main entry hall. Jared stared his hands. Hey, there's always next year. It was a pleasure. John nodded, extending his hand for a handshake. Congratulations. Jimmy took his hand, and the relief of his pain was almost painful. Hey, you still did really well despite the circumstances. I'm sure I did. At least you won your event. Maybe at that, we still have a chance. And with like that, John was regular cheery self, though still a bit tired. Want to go look around? Are you sure you're alright? He shrugged. It's over. What am I gonna do? Mourn? He grinned at me. I chuckled half-heartedly. Too soon, John. Then let's go play.
Yeah!
Alright. Eventually, the music to say and ready to announce the winners of the tournament. John's head slid in my own as the amenity opened the tiny envelope containing the results. And the winners of this year's tournament is... the Normal Boots Club! Yes! John and I screamed and punched the air, given our hands were intertwined. It looked like we combined forces to take out the monster anime style. Normal Boots Club and I swarmed the stage, piling around the trophy and the MC seat. John grabbed the microphone from the MC, who looked like he'd been mugged. This year's victory go right to the rest of my club members. I really dropped the ball, and if it wasn't for them, there would be no way we would have won. John motioned to the group of us on stage, pausing us still out for the audience applause. Finally, I have two announcements. First of all, join us in welcoming Hana Mizuku, the newest member of the Normals Club, and my girlfriend! John motioned me in the front of the stage where I sit next to her, blushing furiously.
See?
We could have one without her. Ain't she cute? John! I shoved in the crowd laugh, and then something soft encircled me. PBG wrapped a Normal Boots jacket around my shoulders. Thank you. If it wasn't for her, we wouldn't have won Asagao's Academy, wouldn't have a drama club. She's the real hero of this day. The audience applauded politely once again. John smiled at me, and then turned to the face of the crowd with a rather serious expression. Finally, I have one more announcement. Waited for a few months for the crowd to settle as they saw the look on his face. The mood sobered. I would also like to dedicate this victory to our fallen comrade in arms, Jacques. Sadly, he is no longer with us. I haven't been able to find a way to repair him. Until the day comes, our robot bird friend will be missed. He wrapped an arm around John's shoulder as he lowered the microphone from his face. There was a moment of silence, and then John passed the microphone back to the MC. John's after announcement, there wasn't much more to the tournament. The crowd left somberly, and excitement of our victory vanished. At least until Satch met us outside for the arcade.
What?
Jack's been broken this whole time? Why didn't you tell me? Let me have a look at him. I'll see what I can do. Satch took Jack under his wing and enlisted the help of any other person in the academy who would understand robotics. Kasuku? I don't understand why her of all people. She's a part of the electronics club or something? Don't worry about it. She's an actual robot, that's why. Well, that's the joke. John paced the floor like an expectant father, glancing ever so often at the operation as they were proceeding. John, don't worry. Jox can't get any worse than he already is. I know that, Hana. I know. John stopped pacing, instead coming the rest on my shoulder. I know he can't get any worse. But what if he gets better? Part of me wants him to come back, and part of me... John? What if he doesn't have his memories anymore? What if he's got a completely different personality? What if he doesn't like me? How in the world am I going to deal with that? John, I really don't think you need to worry about that. A small thump coming inside the room. John jumped. Everything okay? And nothing to report. We've got it handled. John resumed pacing the floor. No matter what I did, nothing would calm him down. He was beyond help. How the operations were done, and Sachiko approached us nervously. Well, how'd it go? The operation was complete success. Jock! John. I've missed you, John. Jock! The rest of us left after that. John was tearing up, and we thought best to give him some privacy. In fact, I didn't see him for several days. But eventually... He can even fly now, can you believe that? Sach said Kasu did some optimization on him, so his wires don't run through his wings anymore, and he's happy as a clam. Swap swooped down between us for a split second, just long enough to add, I resent that. I really think he'd be a star someday, Hannah. I'm sure he can, John. I'm sure he can. We'll see what I say about that. John and I were officially dating. Shocked ever so as a third wheel. Well, that was how I would have liked it to be. To be honest, it was more like I was the third wheel. Both John and Jock's bonds, stronger than steel and wires, surpassed even the love John and I had for each other. I didn't mind. All I cared about was seeing John happy, and if Jock was a part of that, well, maybe I could learn to love Jocks too. I have a bright future ahead of me, I believe this.
Yeah.
You do. You do. Together, we'll be the best actor-management pair the world has ever seen. You will see your name in lights as the last thing I ever do. Believe it. And of course, Hana will be by my side the whole way through. Right, Hana?
Yeah.
Of course.
Huh.
Man, this is great. I got 2 talented actors with me, not to mention a girlfriend I absolutely know I can count on. We got a bright future ahead of us. I just know it. Not if I can help it. These two. Looked like I'd be stuck with them for a long time to come. And to be honest, that sounded wonderful to me. Best end. Okay, I'm so happy I managed to do that. So yeah, after reading a little bit, it seems that John is the second hardest character to get the best ending for in the game. I don't blame him. Shane is the hardest because he already hates you starting out, so how the fuck are you supposed to get best end? Well, next up is PBG's route, obviously. And I'll be doing from the start from that time, but I'll probably skip through a little bit. Just to make... No, because all the choices that you make happens afterwards. Okay. So I'll just start from my old save file, and then we'll do PBG, but not tonight because it's almost 11. But we'll be doing it tomorrow. And then who knows, maybe we'll start going out. There's actually a Jacques route, by the way, where you can date Jacques. I need to figure out how to do that that route because, my god. Paul continues, Satch route, Gerard route, Secret Ian Hidden Block route, the Jacques route. Okay, that's actually interesting. So reading up on the Jacques route a little bit, apparently you have to deny everything to do with Normal Boots Club and just back out everything. That's the only way you can get the route. But that would be for, like, later. I'll be uploading this to YouTube, by the way, and I already have one of the things there. And I might upload it as John route. Jock, over here, please look at me! What's going on? No, over here! Sign my autograph, I love you! You've created a monster. No, I've created a star! I have to admit, I had my doubts about this whole Jacques as a superstar deal, but I guess you knew exactly what you were doing.
I know, right?
Hell yeah, I did. Jacques is now an internationally recognized celebrity who's banned from several countries and all walks of life. They came from far and wide to see this amazing acting bird. At first, he was just a novelty, but it seemed like the first time somebody saw him perform live, they fell in love. His fandom grew exponentially until we had to take him out on a tour, and then he started getting television and movie offers. Jacques had his way about him that made people want to love him. It was an odd turn of events, but I enjoyed the ride, for the most part. And now that Jacques is a star, I'm ready to set my eyes on my next. Your next? John winked at me. I didn't like that look. But it was a discussion for another day. John watched his bird, stars in the eyes. My beloved Jacques. I mean, would it kill him to pay more attention to his actual girlfriend? I sighed and wrapped around her through arms. Some things would never change.
Asagao Academy, Normal Boots Club.
We're gonna, let's just end this opening video. We're gonna watch the opening video, because why not? So that was the John route. Yeah, pump that up. Alright. Have a good night, everyone.
Asagao Academy, Normal Boots Club.
Oh, I can't tell who that is.